Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session on internal security. Yesterday, we were talking about insurgency and terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. We had covered the entire topic. We were at the last part of the discussion where we had to talk about some recent changes that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. The constitutional status of J&K has changed. Recently, the Supreme Court has upheld these changes as well. So let's understand why these changes were done, what is its impact as far as the internal security of J&K is concerned. So as we discussed yesterday, when Jammu and Kashmir acceded to the Indian Union, a special status was given under Article 370. J&K got to have its own constitution, it got a separate flag, and it gave a lot of autonomy to Jammu and Kashmir on various subjects, except for defense, communication, external affairs, etc. Only these three subjects were transferred to the Union of India, to the Parliament of India. In all the other matters, the J&K legislature, the J&K government would hold complete control. And even if Parliament passed any laws that had to be made applicable to Jammu and Kashmir by the J&K legislature, meaning without the approval of the J&K legislature, laws passed by the parliament wouldn't automatically apply to Jammu and Kashmir. Under the related Article 35A, special protection was given to the land and the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The permanent residents of J&K, only they could purchase land in J&K, and only they would be eligible for voting in elections, and only they would be eligible for reservation and other government privileges. Essentially, outsiders wouldn't enjoy these rights in J&K. So these special provisions were added as a temporary provision in order to protect the cultural rights and the economic rights of people of J&K. So the government of India recently in 2019 decided to revoke the special status. In August 2019, the Modi government has revoked or abrogated the special status under Article 370. Article 370 has not been deleted from the constitution. It is still there, but the special status has been revoked. Article 35A, however, doesn't exist anymore. To enable these changes, to issue that presidential order, to make these changes happen, J&K was brought under the direct rule of the president. The state of J&K was reorganized into the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the Union Territory of Ladakh. So the state was broken into two union territories. This is the first time in India that a state has been reorganized into two union territories. J&K is supposed to have its own legislative assembly. According to the Reorganization Act, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is supposed to have an elected legislative assembly like Delhi, Puducherry, etc. However, Ladakh comes under the direct rule of the government of India. It comes directly under the parliament and the government of India, like the rest of the union territories in the country. Now, these changes have been very controversial. A lot of people have supported it. The government justified these changes as well. But there are many critics who point out that these changes, they harm the people of Jammu and Kashmir. See, recently, the Supreme Court of India looked into the constitutional validity of these changes and it has upheld the constitutional validity of these changes. So there's no point in debating about whether this was the correct decision or not. The Supreme Court has said constitutionally these changes are valid. Whether it is good for the country, whether it is good for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, this is something that history will decide. But the question here is, from an internal security point of view, why were these changes carried out? According to the government of India, these changes were necessary in order to fully integrate Jammu and Kashmir into the Indian Union. Meaning, it takes out the special provisions, and even outsiders will have the same rights, the same equal rights in J&K. Indians from other parts of the country can also purchase land, can settle down in Jammu and Kashmir, can even vote in J&K elections once they become the permanent residents of Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from this, it allows the center and the parliament to extend the law-making powers and administrative powers over Jammu and Kashmir. This is the big change. The central government and the Parliament of India now can fully extend their jurisdiction over Jammu and Kashmir as well. So the government says this is good for the security of J&K and this is good for the development of J&K. Even if elections are held and a legislative assembly is elected, even if J&K was supposed to have its own government, the center will exercise jurisdiction over the union subjects and the concurrent list as well, giving the center more powers which could drive the development of the region and as well as ensure better security of the region. The government says that these changes will help in tackling terrorism. It will help in countering the separatist tendencies. And as a result, it will help in bringing stability to Jammu and Kashmir, which will benefit the people of Jammu and Kashmir. That's what the government of India is saying. But critics are pointing out that by abrogating these changes without consulting the people, the government of India has again created a gap or a resentment factor that creates that gap between the people of J&K and the government of India. Without consultation, without taking the political parties on board, without consulting the people, such changes could have a negative impact. Because see, if you remember, when these changes were introduced in August 2019, it was done in a very secretive, forceful manner. The government of India deployed thousands of security forces. Political leaders were placed under house arrest. Internet was suspended for several months. Right to movement, right to free press was curbed for several months. So the authoritarian manner in which it was done has been a point of criticism. Even the Supreme Court has taken note of this. But however, it has upheld the constitutional validity of all these changes. But however, the Supreme Court made a very, very important observation. The Supreme Court has said the statehood of J&K has to be restored and elections have to be held as soon as possible in order to protect the rights of people of J&K and to show that element of respect towards the people of a state. Right? Restoring statehood becomes important because, as I told you, no state in India has been downgraded to a union territory. So obviously, this affects the rights of people of J&K, and the Supreme Court also has said that by next year, by September, elections have to be concluded, and as soon as possible, statehood has to be restored. So this is something that several experts also have been pointing out. The government of India has been well within its powers to carry out these changes. But however, going forward, elections have to be held. The delimitation exercise has been done, constituencies have been redrawn. As soon as possible, elections have to be held to ensure that the democratic process, the political democratic process is restored. Remember, we studied this just yesterday. that in a conflict zone, promoting the political democratic process is extremely important. That is what restores faith amongst the people in the Indian constitution, in the Indian state. It's very important to bring back grassroots democracy, to hold local elections, assembly elections, and of course, the national elections, so that people have a choice. They can exercise their right, they can become part of the political democratic process. This helps in curbing separatist tendencies, because the changes that have been done in a forceful manner, in an authoritarian manner, without consulting the people and the political representatives, could actually breed resentment, and down the line it could further aid separatist activities. As of now, J&K is relatively stable, but there are some concerns. There are some new organizations that have propped up, such as the TRF, the Resistance Front. This new terror outfit, it is branding itself as a new terror outfit, but intelligence officers and strategic experts believe that this is just Lashkar-e-Toiba and few other groups which are rebranding themselves as a new group. It is comprised of young Kashmiri youth who have been radicalized, who have taken up terrorism, and they have been carrying out quite a few attacks in the recent past. And especially, there is again selective killings that are happening. Kashmiri Pandits and migrant workers have become the target. So, this is something that obviously concerns the government of India, right? This is clearly a retaliation against the changes that were done. Now that outside workers can also purchase land and enjoy equal rights, there is a resentment that these radicals are holding against migrant workers from other states. And especially workers from UP and Bihar have been targeted by terrorists. Several migrant workers have been killed in the last 3 years. Few Kashmiri Pandits have been targeted again. So, this is something that really concerns India. And also, Pakistan has been trying to step up infiltration, especially in the border villages near the line of control. The border villages have become a target for these terrorists who are aided by the Pakistani state. So it's not that these changes have neutralized terrorism entirely, right? Of course, by carrying out these changes, terrorism will not come to an end. Pakistan will continue its covert war, the separatists will continue their activities. But it does give a greater leverage for the government of India and the parliament to govern Jammu and Kashmir. So now that the changes are done, now that the stated objectives have been achieved, the government should focus on the development path. It should create economic opportunities, drive industrialization, improve education, improve governance, right? That is one way of tackling extremism. Along with that, there is a need to counter the security threats that are still present. There are these terror groups which are carrying out selective targeted attacks. Pakistan is trying to aid more infiltration. So we need to address these challenges on a priority basis. So now that border villages have come under renewed threat, recently the Home Ministry has reactivated an old program. Remember, we were discussing this under Naxalism. We spoke about the human rights issue in a conflict zone, and we spoke about Salwa Judum, which was a private militia raised by the Chhattisgarh government in the Naxal corridor. We discussed how Salwa Judum is unconstitutional. Similarly, in Jammu and Kashmir, when militancy was at its peak in 1990s, Government of India had created a village defense committee where the local villagers in the border areas they would be given weapons by the state. They would be given arms training as well by our security forces so that they could defend themselves against terror attacks. Because in remote villages, security forces may not be able to reach immediately if there is a terrorist attack. So villagers can't sit and wait. They can't risk their lives until the security forces arrive. So to ensure that local villagers near the LOC can defend and protect themselves, these village defense committees were set up. So local villagers especially the men and even women who are able bodied and those who have already worked in police and security forces, right? So such people would be chosen. They would be given arms and weapons by the state. They would be trained by the security forces as well, and they would have the authority to defend their village if there is a terror attack. So this practice went on for a few years in 1990s. According to the government, this was very effective in helping the villagers to defend themselves against the terrorists coming from Pakistan. But however, this practice became very controversial because many allegations came up that local villagers were misusing the weapons, misusing the powers given to them, and in many instances there were human right violations. They were targeting their rivals, their enemies to settle their disputes, and human right violations were being reported. So because of this concern, the practice had been stopped. The village defense committees had been disbanded. Now recently, since there have been targeted attacks against few communities, and since border villages have come under threat from Pakistan, the infiltration levels have increased, and the terrorists are specifically targeting the local border villages. So, again, to enable the villagers to defend themselves, this practice has been restarted. The village defense guards, the village defense committees, this has been restarted. The Home Ministry has restarted this initiative. So, the security forces like CRPF, they are supplying weapons to the villagers, giving them training as well, weapons training on how to handle weapons. So these villagers who are part of the village defense committee, they can defend the village if there is a terror attack. They can open fire against terrorists. This will help the villagers protect themselves until the security forces arrive. So they even get a basic stipend, and they are largely managed by the local J&K police under the supervision of the SP of the district, the superintendent of police of the district from J&K police. These committees will operate. Is that clear? So these are some recent developments that you should be aware of. Now, if you have any questions, any doubts on Kashmir insurgency and terrorism, please let me know. I'll pick it up later. So now we can move on to the next point of discussion to discuss pan-India terrorism, especially urban terrorism. The terrorism that we have witnessed across India. Pan-India means across India, across the country. Because see, until now, we have been talking about terrorism in the conflict zones of India, like in Punjab, Naxal corridor, Jammu and Kashmir. So until early 1990s, until 1992, terrorism was largely limited to the conflict zones of India. That is, before 1992, such violent extremist activities were seen only in the conflict zones, in northeast India, in the Naxal corridor, in Punjab, in Jammu and Kashmir. Rest of India was free from such acts of terrorism and insurgency, especially our cities like Delhi, Bombay, Bengaluru, and many other cities and other states. They were largely free from terrorism and insurgency. But from 92 onwards, we saw a new trend. We saw a very disturbing trend developing in the country, and India became a victim of urban terrorism. And it was again Pakistan which was behind the expansion of terrorism across the country to target Indian cities. Now, why did this happen? How come Pakistan suddenly changed its approach as well? It's because by 1990s, there was extensive communalization in the Indian society. Communal politics promoted by certain parties and organizations in the 80s and 90s had resulted in extensive communal polarization between the Hindus and the Muslims. This was largely centered around the Ram Janmabhoomi dispute, which eventually led to the demolition of Babri Masjid. When Babri Masjid was brought down by radical Hindutva extremists, it triggered large-scale Hindu-Muslim riots in the country. This is another shameful event in India's history, comparable to the anti-Sikh riots. The governments were incapable of preventing this from happening, The political parties, various religious groups, radical organizations, they enabled this to happen, making this one of India's most shameful events. So, following these incidents, several communal hotspots came up in the country because there were victims of communal violence who had lost their friends, their family because of these communal mobs that had slaughtered people across the country. So, this became a trigger for several youth to take up terrorism against the country, believing that this would be justice for the community. Now, Pakistan, which was looking for more opportunities to bleed India, it was looking for more opportunities to deliver 1,000 cuts to India. Until now, Pakistan was only hitting India in Punjab, J&K, maybe Northeast India, etc. But it had never gotten an opportunity in other parts of the country, right? Because please understand, to breed terrorism, there is a need for local support. Without local support, it's very difficult to create a terror base. So Pakistan had never gotten that opportunity to expand terrorism across the country to target Indian cities. But now, Pakistan had a ready base of recruits. Pakistan expanded its covert proxy war against India and focused on several communal hotspots to expand terrorism to target Indian cities. So, this is what we call as urban terrorism. It all began with the deadly serial blasts in Bombay in 1993. This was India's first major experience with urban warfare, with urban terrorism. In this act of terrorism, Pakistan's ISI and the terrorists that it had cultivated, they were directly involved and they got the support of the Bombay underworld to pull off this attack. I'm talking about Dawood Ibrahim, the D Company, the D Gang. The communalization in India had split the Bombay underworld as well on religious lines. The Hindu dons and the Muslim dons had broken apart. They were targeting each other. Gang rivalries had increased. As Chota Rajan became the so-called Hindu don, Dawood Ibrahim became the so-called Muslim don. Dawood Ibrahim had already fled India many years ago. He was largely operating from Dubai, running his criminal syndicate. He was involved in drug smuggling, gold smuggling, arms smuggling, extortion, land deals, etc. So now he tied up with Pakistan. He shifted base to Karachi. He got the protection of Pakistan's ISI. And in return, he gave his services to the ISI and for Pakistan's terrorist war against India. His criminal syndicate, his criminal cartel, would play a critical role in smuggling Afghan drugs into India and around the world. His criminal network played a key role in smuggling the weapons and the explosives that were needed to carry out the Bombay blast in 1993. It was his network which played a direct role in the execution of the attack. Is that clear? So this again establishes the links between organized crime and terrorism. Right? I've been insisting on this point from the very first class. But please understand, organized crime is closely related to terrorism. It's also connected to money laundering. You can see that here with an example. So from here onwards, we started witnessing major terrorist incidents across India, especially in Mumbai and in Delhi. So terrorist groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba, even Hizbul Mujahideen and Huji, and later Jaish-e-Mohammed, all these terror groups, they got a support base in India. Several Indian citizens who were affected by the communal riots, who were radicalized, brainwashed, they started taking part in these terror activities, thus aiding Pakistan's war against India. So you can understand how dangerous communal politics can be. Even during Khalistan movement, it was communalization, communal targeting of minorities that led to the situation where the support for Khalistan movement increased after anti-Sikh riots. We saw something similar happening in 92, later in 2001 as well, following the Godhra incident and the Godhra riots. External enemies like Pakistan who are looking to destabilize the country, they will exploit these fault lines. That is why it is important to always maintain internal harmony. If you have social fault lines and if they are being deliberately deepened by political elements, this will create opportunities for the enemies of the state. They will exploit these fault lines, they will try to widen the divide between different communities, not just between two religions, even between different castes, different regions, etc. They will exploit those social divisions to create instability for the nation. So, following this, there were many more attacks. There were several bomb blasts in Bombay, later Mumbai, in New Delhi. This expanded to other cities as well. Then we saw another major terrorist incident, the hijacking of IC 814. It's a major, major terror incident which took place in 1999. Have you guys heard about it? Yes or no? Does anyone know about IC 814 hijacking? It's one of the most important terrorist incident. It's a defining moment in India-Pakistan relations. Why? I'll explain. India and the world were preparing to welcome the new millennium. In December 1999, just few days away from the new year, Air India flight, it was Indian Airlines back then, right? There was a Indian Airlines flight coming from Kathmandu to Delhi. In Kathmandu, you have the Tribhuvan International Airport. From there, the flight had taken off. It was supposed to land in Delhi. Obviously, majority of the passengers were Indian citizens. This aircraft was IC-814. This Indian Airlines flight, which later merged with Air India, right? This Indian Airlines flight was IC-814. This aircraft was hijacked by Pakistani terrorists because the ISI had managed to create a terror base in Nepal. It was turning Nepal into a staging ground for launching attacks against India. Nepal was becoming a safe haven for Pakistan-backed terrorists. So, with the direct state support of Pakistani agencies, via Nepal, Pakistani terrorists, they hijacked this aircraft from the Kathmandu airport. They got in as passengers, and once the plane took off, they hijacked the flight. When the hijacking happened, the flight was already in Indian airspace. So usually during such a hijacking incident, there is a set protocol. Once the pilot alerts the ATC about the hijacking, there are some immediate measures, emergency measures that are implemented. The Indian Air Force will be notified. It will scramble fighter jets to intercept the hijacked plane, and they are supposed to force the plane to land. And once the plane lands in the nearest airport, the authorities have to ensure, along with security forces, that the plane does not take off again. They will either disable the runway, if required, they will damage the runway as well, or they will deflate the tires. They will spray oil on the runway to ensure the plane doesn't take off, it will skid if the hijackers try to take off again. So many such aggressive, proactive measures are taken to prevent the aircraft from leaving the country. Right? Because if you don't, the hijackers can easily take the plane out of the country and you will lose complete control over the situation. Then you'll be forced to oblige by what the terrorists are demanding, the hijackers are demanding. But in this case, the standard operating procedures completely failed. The government went into a panic mode. The Crisis Management Committee that met immediately after the hijacking, headed by the Prime Minister, they went into a panic mode, and there was tremendous public pressure, media pressure, and opposition pressure as well. Because the incident was being televised almost live. So public and media pressure kept building up, and the then Vajpayee government went on to make several mistakes. The standard procedures were not implemented. The aircraft did land in Amritsar for a brief while because it was running out of fuel. But before Indian authorities could either disable the aircraft or block the runway, the hijackers, they took off again. On low fuel itself, without refueling, they took off. They forced the pilot to take off as they feared an attack by Indian forces. By then, India had lost precious time. Neither did we disable the aircraft or block the runway, nor did we mobilize special forces like NSG to conduct a commando strike on the aircraft. So once the opportunity was missed, India lost the plot. The hijackers took the aircraft out of India. It went to Lahore in Pakistan. Pakistan shut off its airspace. It tried to reject the aircraft because obviously it didn't want to take the blame for the hijacking. Imagine if a plane hijacked by Pakistani terrorists lands in Pakistan itself. Obviously, India will target Pakistan. So Pakistani authorities tried to send the aircraft away from Lahore. But the aircraft was dangerously low on fuel. It would have crashed. And eventually, Lahore allowed the plane to land. But it was only for a brief moment, just to refuel the aircraft. So the Pakistani authorities at Lahore allowed the aircraft to land, and they refueled and they ordered the aircraft to leave. So from here, the hijackers took the plane to Dubai in United Arab Emirates. So essentially, once the plane left India, once it left Indian airspace, there was no question of India carrying out a commando strike. See, for this very specific situation, we have an elite special force called the NSG, the National Security Guards, the Black Cat Commandos. They specialize in anti-hijack situations. They are meant for diffusing an anti-hijack, anti-hostage situation. But the problem was we couldn't mobilize the NSG quickly to Amritsar because NSG was headquartered in Manesar on the outskirts of Delhi. By the time NSG was airlifted to Amritsar, the plane had already taken off and left India. And no foreign country will allow Indian troops, Indian commandos to conduct any kind of operation. Of course, Pakistan will never allow it. Neither would UAE tolerate or allow any kind of Indian operation on their soil. So in Dubai, India started negotiating with the terrorists. Some hostages were released on humanitarian grounds. Women, children, some old people, right? They were released by the hijackers. But they quickly took off again and landed in Kandahar. This is where the nightmare really began for India. Because where is Kandahar located? Kandahar is in Afghanistan. And don't forget, the year is 1999, which means Afghanistan was ruled by the Taliban. The Taliban government was in power. We had no diplomatic ties with Taliban. We had cut off all the ties. Taliban had thrown out Indian diplomats, shut down the Indian embassy. We had no presence in Afghanistan, no leverage over the Taliban, and we had declared Taliban as a terrorist organization because of its links with Pakistan's ISI. So as soon as the plane landed, Taliban fighters, they surrounded the aircraft, giving it protection to ensure that India doesn't attempt any kind of commando strike. So all our options were lost, and the only option left was to talk to the terrorists. See, in the field of security, it is always suggested, it is strongly suggested that you don't negotiate with terrorists, no matter what is the cost. Even if you lose the hostages, of course, their lives are precious, but sometimes you need to look at the bigger picture, right? Because if you concede to their demands, you're not only setting a wrong precedent, because this could be done again. Once they realize that the government will talk and agree to their demands, they might do it again and again. And second, you might pay a bigger price in the long run. And that is exactly what happened to India. The terrorists presented a big list of terrorists who wanted to be released. There were many terrorists in Indian custody, right? That was their goal. Their primary goal was to secure the release of few terrorists who were held in Indian jails. They gave a huge list of terrorists, wanting them to be released in exchange for the lives of the hostages. So, of course, India rejected the list. We negotiated hard as well. We pushed back, and finally, the list was brought down to three dreaded terrorists. We finally agreed to release three major terrorists in exchange for the lives of these hostages. In fact, that is the plan of the hostages as well. That is exactly what they wanted. Their primary goal was to secure the release of Masood Azhar, who was in Indian custody. Masood Azhar, who was a major terrorist in the 90s operating in Kashmir, he had been captured by Indian forces and lodged in an Indian jail. So it was one of his brothers who planned the hijacking. His brother was one of the main hijackers. Their primary goal was to secure the release of Masood Azhar at any cost. Along with that, if they can release other terrorists, that is a bonus for them. So finally, India agreed to release Masood Azhar, Omar Sheikh, and Mushtaq Zargar. These were the three dangerous, notorious terrorists that India released. Now, why am I mentioning their names? Is it really relevant for the exam? I'm mentioning their names because all the three are extremely notorious terrorists. After we released them, they went on to commit major acts of terrorism against India and the world, and we continue to pay the price even today. Who's Masood Azhar? Masood Azhar, after being released by India, would go on to establish the most dangerous terrorist organization, the Jaish-e-Mohammed. He's the founder of Jaish-e-Mohammed. It was after India released him that he tied up with Pakistan's ISI again, got state support from Pakistan to create a new terrorist outfit, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has carried out numerous attacks against India, including the deadly parliament attacks of 2001. The attacks carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed has brought India-Pakistan to the brink of war multiple times. During parliament attacks, India-Pakistan went to war almost. The Uri and Pulwama attacks that we studied yesterday were also carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed, because India retaliated after Uri and Pulwama attacks by using military option, and Pakistan could have escalated. It could have easily triggered another conflict. So that is the price India has paid for releasing Masood Azhar from custody. Then Omar Sheikh. Omar Sheikh has a very intriguing story behind him. He is a very well-educated individual. He graduated from the London School of Economics, believe it or not. But eventually, he got radicalized. He went to Pakistan. He took up terrorism against India. And after India released him, right, of course, he had been arrested. And after we released him, he played a role in the 9/11 attacks. He is considered as one of the financiers of 9/11 attacks. He was involved in the beheading of an American journalist, Daniel Pearl. An American journalist who was working in Pakistan and Afghanistan reporting on terrorism. He was kidnapped, and he was kidnapped by Omar Sheikh, and he was beheaded on camera. And the video was released to the media and the public. Right? There is a movie based on this as well. There is a Hollywood movie based on the beheading of Daniel Pearl. Right? It stars Angelina Jolie. Right? You can see the movie if you have time. You'll see Omar Sheikh. Right? And this notorious incident. There is a Bollywood movie as well, which is a biography of Omar Sheikh. It's called Omerta by Rajkumar Rao. Again, it's a beautiful depiction of the life of this terrorist. Omar Sheikh has continued to operate from jail. He's in a Pakistani jail today because of the assassination of Daniel Pearl. But even from jail, he continues to operate, and he has been a major threat. Mushtaq Zargar as well. He went on to commit major acts of terrorism in India, specifically in Jammu and Kashmir. So all these three terrorists we released, they went on to commit major acts of terrorism and they remain a threat to India and the world. So following this incident, the government of India refined the procedures that deal with a hijack situation. The Indian government has come out with a better approach to deal with hijacking. Today, there are better protocols, there are better SOPs in place. Not only the Indian Air Force will scramble and intercept such hijacked aircrafts and force them to land, but if they are posing a threat, if they are not landing, and if they are headed towards any sensitive locations, the government of India can even order the Indian Air Force to shoot down the hijacked aircraft. Meaning, we might be ready to kill the hostages as well if required in order to ensure the safety of the other locations. Because this is after 9/11 attacks. We saw how hijacked planes can be used as missiles to target important buildings and strategic locations. Either ways, the hostages' lives will be lost. So in such situations, the tough call has to be made by the government to order the shoot down of the hijacked plane. So such very strict protocols are in place today to deal with hijacking incidents. Right now, the protocols are so strict that right from the airport security to how the pilots handle the situation, then how the cabin is completely locked out for passengers. All these changes have happened after 9/11 attacks, right? And today there are solid security measures in place to prevent such incidents, right? There are protocols to disable such aircraft, block the runway, and of course, the commandos will take over and they will conduct a strike to defuse the situation, even at the risk of the lives of the hostages. So today there is a much better response in India to deal with hijacking incidents. But in 1999, when India was not well prepared and when we fell under the pressure of the media and the public, this situation, which was largely mishandled, went on to have a devastating impact on India. Then Foreign Minister Jaswant Singh, he had to accompany the terrorists to Kandahar and personally hand them over to the hijackers to get the hostages back safely. Of course, the lives of hostages were saved, but we went on to pay a bigger price, not just with regard to the terror attacks and the lives lost after that, but also the impact it has had, the geopolitical impact. That is why IC 814 is a major event. So Jaish-e-Mohammed, which was formed by Masood Azhar, immediately started launching major attacks against India, including the parliament attacks. On 13th December 2001, the Indian parliament was brought under attack. And this was a major escalation from Pakistan because the very temple of Indian democracy was targeted. It was only due to the bravery of the security personnel that the attack was diffused. Or else these terrorists could have easily held MPs and ministers hostage, creating an unprecedented security crisis. If that had happened, we can't even imagine what would be the consequences. Fortunately, the terrorists were killed even before they could get inside the parliament, get closer to the MPs or the ministers. But following this, India retaliated. The Vajpayee government took a tough stance against Pakistan and launched Operation Parakram. Operation Parakram was a military strategy provided by the Indian Army. It was a military option provided by the Indian Army to quickly mobilize Indian troops within 24 to 48 hours following a terrorist attack and launch deep thrusts into Pakistan, launch a surprise attack against Pakistan to carry out deep invasions and capture some Pakistani territory so that we'll have leverage on Pakistan and we can use that to force Pakistan to negotiate and give up terrorism as a weapon. This was one of the military options developed by the Indian Army as a military doctrine. So following parliament attacks, this option was presented to the Vajpayee government and Prime Minister Vajpayee authorized Operation Parakram. The goal was to swiftly mobilize the Indian troops to take Pakistan by surprise. The mobilization was supposed to happen within 24 to 48 hours, and then we were supposed to launch a deep thrust, a major attack to capture some Pakistani territory, which could be used as a leverage by India. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The Indian Army was not well prepared. It wasn't ready for such a swift mobilization. Its logistics weren't enough. The training, right? The resources with the army was a big challenge, especially logistics was a big challenge. Even though the plan looked great on paper in theory, when it came to implementation, it didn't really work. We took almost 1 month for the mobilization. The mobilization should have happened in a couple of days maximum, but we took 1 month, which of course gave enough advance notice to Pakistan, and Pakistan also carried out a counter mobilization. So we never went to war. It was just a standoff. For several weeks, lakhs of Indian troops were having a standoff with lakhs of Pakistani troops. And remember, this is at a time when both countries had nuclear weapons. So it created a major security crisis in the subcontinent. And it brought a lot of global pressure on both India and Pakistan. Since Operation Parakram failed, we couldn't achieve the stated objectives. It gave time for other countries to interfere, especially the United States. The US started putting a lot of pressure on the Vajpayee government to back down and to talk to Pakistan and to diffuse the situation. Because please understand, when this attack and Operation Parakram happened in December 2001, what were the Americans doing? The Americans had already invaded Afghanistan. Why? Because after the 9/11 attacks that had happened just few months before in September 2001, US had sworn to target Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda. As the Taliban government refused to cooperate, US declared war against Taliban itself, against Afghanistan. The US got approval from UN Security Council for a military invasion, and it formed an international coalition force by drawing forces from all the NATO countries. All the NATO countries, they invoked the principle of collective defense, and they all contributed troops to a coalition force. And under the leadership of the US military, they invaded Afghanistan to topple the Taliban government. So at that point, for the Americans, the top priority was to stabilize Afghanistan. By then, Taliban had almost been thrown out. And their target was Osama bin Laden, their target was Al Qaeda. So the Americans needed complete support and focus from Pakistan. They, of course, knew about Pakistan's links, Pakistan's influence on Taliban and Al Qaeda. So they wanted Pakistan to entirely focus on its western border, not on the eastern border towards India. That is why many experts believe that parliament attacks were deliberately planned by the ISI. Because, see, Pakistan had no genuine interest to help the Americans. Because Pakistan knew that if it provides full support to US to target Taliban and Al Qaeda, then tomorrow the terror groups could turn against Pakistan itself. Because all these terrorist groups are closely linked with Pakistani state. The terror groups believe that Pakistani state is looking after them, protecting them. And they believe that they are bound by their radical religious cause. If these terror groups see that Pakistan is not bothered about religious fundamentalism, it's only bothered about geopolitics. And if they see that Pakistan is working with US to target the other terror groups, which they see as brother organizations, then it will instigate all the terrorist groups and they will turn against Pakistan itself. So Pakistan was very worried about helping the US, but it had no other option. The US threatened Pakistan to help. The US said if Pakistan doesn't assist, then the US will punish Pakistan as well. So Pakistan was forced by the US to assist in its Afghan war. So at that point, Pakistan needed an excuse. It badly needed an excuse to pull away its troops, its focus on Afghanistan, and divert that towards India. So what better excuse than an imminent war with India? Right? Pakistan was acting desperately. It wanted to give an excuse to the global community and the US as to why they can't be involved in the Afghan war, why they have to pull out troops from the Afghan border. The best reason that they could give was to show that India is an imminent threat. See, India is preparing for war. We need our troops. We can't help you in Afghanistan. We will pull out and will focus on the Indian border. So how do you create that situation? Very easy for the ISI, very easy for the Pakistani army. All they have to do is carry out a major attack on India. Use their proxy, carry out a major attack which will really provoke India. And of course, India will retaliate. India will do something which will give Pakistan the excuse that it wants. So that is why many former officers, many experts believe that parliament attacks, they happened for a reason. It's not that it happened randomly. Such a major attack wouldn't have happened without the approval of the highest leadership from the Pakistani state, from the Pakistani army general, the ISI chief. So experts, they analyze that Jaish-e-Mohammed was used to target the Indian parliament, because what better target than the Indian parliament? Such a high profile symbolic target. The moment they hit a high profile symbolic target, it will trigger a overreaction. It will trigger the government of India, the Indian media, to overreact. Right? The government will be under a lot of pressure to show that it is doing something. And that is exactly what happened. So as the Vajpayee government launched Operation Parakram, which was a clear preparation for war, Pakistan had its excuse. It tried to pull away its troops from the Afghan border, and it tried to relocate them towards the Indian border to escape from the Afghan war. So this military standoff dragged US into the India-Pakistan tensions. And of course, there was the fear of a nuclear conflict. What if war breaks out and escalates and reaches the nuclear threshold? This had the global community worried. So there was tremendous pressure from many, many countries, from United Nations, and especially from the US. So this had a role in defining India-Pakistan relations. So you can see how terrorism can shape geopolitics, how terrorism can be used as a proxy to change the geopolitics of the region, to push countries towards war, to alter the equations in the region, right? So that is something you need to realize from this development. Of course, after this, there have been many more attacks in Delhi, in Bombay, and other cities also, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and later Surat, Varanasi, Jaipur. So many Indian cities have suffered from the impact of urban terrorism. Is that clear? But after these incidents, by 2003, Pakistan was under significant pressure, international pressure, to not target India, to not use Pakistan-based groups to target India. See, until then, it was conveniently using Lashkar, Hizbul Mujahideen, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Huji, and other groups to target the country. Correct? But all these groups were based out of Pakistan. India would always bring some evidence to show that the attack was carried out by these Pakistan-based groups, and we would blame Pakistani state agencies for the attack. So now that Pakistan had come under international pressure after the parliament attacks, it decided to adopt a new strategy. Instead of using Pakistan-based groups like Lashkar or Jaish, what if there is a India-based terror group? What if there is a local domestic group in India comprising only of Indian citizens operating in India and targeting India? Then India can't point fingers at Pakistan. Right? What if Pakistan can secretly support the creation of an India-based terrorist organization? This is the idea that the ISI came up with in 2004. And it launched this covert operation known as the Karachi Project. Media reports indicate that the ISI codenamed this mission as the Karachi Project, launched somewhere in 2003-2004. The goal was to reduce the usage of Lashkar, Jaish, and other groups, especially for attacks in cities, and limit Lashkar, Jaish, and Hizbul to focus only on Kashmir, and raise a new India-based group comprising of Indians to carry out attacks in Indian cities. This is the story of the rise of Indian Mujahideen, another notorious terrorist organization. The Indian Mujahideen, also known as IM, was again a Pakistani creation. Is that clear? By 2004, 2005, 2006, we started witnessing many attacks happening in Indian cities. From Bombay to Bengaluru to Jaipur, Many attacks kept happening in cities, and every time we kept blaming Lashkar and Jaish. All right? Without much evidence, India was still pointing fingers at Pakistan, and we were pointing fingers at other groups, the old groups like Lashkar and others. We didn't know about the existence of this new group called Indian Mujahideen. This outfit started sending mails to media houses to claim these attacks. They would send emails to media outlets saying that this is an India based terror organization called Indian Mujahideen. Now, this is something that shocked the world. It shocked India as well. So, essentially, what Pakistan had done was it had identified Indian youth who were ready to fight for its terrorist cause. And this would be a domestic outfit, largely domestic outfit. Of course, Pakistan will support them, but in an entirely secret manner, in a new manner. So let me tell you how the Indian Mujahideen operated. It is very important. The role of Indian Mujahideen, the way it was operating, and the kind of support it got from Pakistan. It actually is a case study. UPSC can actually ask a question, a mains question, on what threat was posed by Indian Mujahideen, how did India tackle the threat. See, what Pakistan did was, it had already identified the communal hotspots in India. It had been working with such radical elements from 1990s itself. The ISI had spread its network. So now it focused upon some major hotspots such as coastal Karnataka and Kerala. It's a major communal belt from Kannur and Kasargod in Kerala all the way till Gokarna Karwar in Karnataka. This whole coastal belt is a communal hotspot. There are radical elements on both the sides, right? There are radical Islamists, radical Hindutva elements, which are extremely proactive and aggressive. There has been a history of riots, communal clashes. So there will be many victims who are readily available, who can be easily radicalized. Next, the Ahmednagar Pune belt, the Ahmednagar Pune Nagpur belt in Maharashtra, another major communal hotspot with a history of communal clashes between Hindus and Muslims. Similarly, the Darbhanga region in Bihar, another communal hotspot with a history of communal violence. Then few pockets in UP, in Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu. All these communal hotspots became the focus of the ISI. Its network of agents started working proactively, and what they did was, these ISI operatives, along with radical clerics who would be preaching in some of these madrasas, they would identify the youth for recruitment. Is that clear? They would focus on an entirely fresh batch of radicalized youth who could be further indoctrinated, brainwashed to take up this war against India. They would all be Indian citizens. There would be no Pakistani involvement directly. See, the problem with previous groups like Lashkar and Hizbul is that there are Pakistani terrorists as well in these groups. It is clearly based out of Pakistan. It's a well-known secret that Pakistani agencies have direct contacts with these groups. So what if there is a brand new organization made up of Indian citizens only with no direct connection to Pakistan? What if it is operating in India and targeting India? Then there is no way India can point fingers at Pakistan, right? So that was the strategy. So how did Pakistan do this? It recruited the Bhatkal brothers. Bhatkal brothers from Karnataka. Bhatkal is a district, a coastal district in Karnataka, from the communal hotspot. Riaz Bhatkal was the primary leader of this outfit. Riaz Bhatkal and his brother. In Bhatkal district as well, near Gokarna, it's another communal hotspot. There is a history of communal tensions and conflicts between Hindus and Muslims. So many youth here had been already having a radical ideology. So Riaz Bhatkal was the one who would lead Indian Mujahideen under Pakistan's guidance. These terrorists, they were all part of an organization known as SIMI, the Students Islamic Movement of India. This is the predecessor organization of Indian Mujahideen. Before Indian Mujahideen was formed, most of these radical members, they actually were part of a group called SIMI. SIMI was actually a NGO, a social organization at one point. But gradually, as India became communalized, SIMI became radicalized. Is that clear? As communalization increased from 80s, 90s to early 2000, SIMI members became radicalized and some of them had taken up terrorism. SIMI had gotten involved in terror activities. It was in touch with Pakistan. So obviously, India banned the organization, declared it as a terrorist outfit. So as India banned SIMI and targeted the group, some of the members of SIMI, they broke out from the organization and started a new outfit with the direct help of the ISI. And this was nothing but Indian Mujahideen. Riaz Bhatkal was a SIMI member along with his brother. He broke out from SIMI and with the support of ISI started Indian Mujahideen. They got recruits from all these communal hotspots and they would be taken to Pakistan for training through a highly secretive route. Is that clear? Because these terrorists require further indoctrination, they require further training. They need arms training, they need training for tactics, right? They need specialization in communication as well. They need to know how to build explosives, bombs, how to carry out surveillance. All this has to be taught like a military skill. So how will the Indian terrorists be taken to Pakistan without raising suspicion? Because the Indian intelligence agencies, they keep a close watch. If any Indian directly travels to Pakistan or even indirectly to Pakistan, Indian intelligence agencies will likely pick it up, will maintain surveillance on them, and eventually they'll get caught. So they had to avoid raising any kind of suspicion amongst Indian intelligence agencies. So they adopted a unique route. Remember how I told you that Pakistan had created a base in Nepal for its covert operations? It used the Nepal route, as India and Nepal have an open border. There are no border controls between India and Nepal. You don't need a visa, you don't even need your passport to enter Nepal. So the relaxed border controls, they were exploited along with the covert base that Pakistan had created in Nepal. That helped the terrorists who were recruited, right? The terrorists who had been recruited now from these hotspots, they would be taken through this route into Nepal, right? Organized crime is very rampant along the Nepali border. We will study this in the border management chapter. The open border and the lack of border controls has enabled organized crime. There is drug trafficking, arms smuggling, easy movement and infiltration of people and even terrorists and intelligence agents along the India-Nepal border. Through this route, the ISI, with the help of criminal networks, managed to easily smuggle these Indian youth who had been recruited into Nepal. Once in Nepal, they would assume false identities. They would be given false identities, meaning they'll get a fake passport. And from here, the ISI will help them to reach West Asian countries. The ISI has always had a strong base in countries like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, even in Oman. In all these West Asian countries, the ISI has a very solid base. So from Nepal, under false identities, they would be flown. They would be directly flown to a West Asian country. And from here, they would either take the air route or the sea route to reach Pakistan. So this completely avoids suspicion. Once they reach the Pakistani airport or a seaport, there would be no immigration, no security checks. These terrorists would be taken away by the ISI agents right from the airport. Because see, whenever you enter a country, either through an airport or a seaport, you go through immigration, you go through security checks. Your passports are documented, your visa is stamped, correct? That is where records are left behind, evidence is left behind. But Pakistan avoided this entirely. Once these terrorists reached a Pakistani airport or a seaport, there would be no immigration, no security check, no stamping, nothing. The ISI would whisk them away directly, and they would be taken to the terror camps present in the country. Terror camps near the Afghan border, especially in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, terror camps in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, right? Or even with the underworld of Karachi. So at these places, these terrorists would be trained. Riaz Bhatkal and his brother, the so-called Bhatkal brothers, they permanently shifted their base to Pakistan. Even today, they are in Pakistan, and Riaz Bhatkal is still alive. We know this because we keep a watch on them. Riaz Bhatkal is still alive. He's still in Pakistan under ISI's protection. So by shifting base to Pakistan, the Bhatkal brothers ran their operations. They raised recruitment across the country, took these radical youth through the secretive route to avoid any suspicion, to avoid alerting the Indian intelligence agencies. So once they reach Pakistan, they would spend few months, they would train, they would undergo further radicalization, indoctrination, right? They would learn how to operate arms, how to carry out surveillance, how to build bombs. And after everything was imparted, they would come back to India through the same route. They would come back to India. They would be brought back to India through the same route. Now, can you realize the advantage of this? The advantage is that nobody will even realize that this guy was missing, right? They would have told their family and friends that they are going to study, they are going to work, they are going to another state or another city in India. They wouldn't have informed anyone. The government authorities, security agencies are not aware. Family and friends are not aware. They would be gone for 5 to 6 months. The guy would have actually gone to Pakistan through the secret route and come back with terrorist training, right? But no one is aware of what has happened, right? They just assume they went for work for another city, another state, or maybe another country, and they came back right now. So after they come back, they will not be a terrorist. They'll resume their normal life. This is what we call a sleeper cell or a sleeper module. Meaning the terrorist inside this individual will go to sleep. They will lie low. They'll not wake up. What do you mean by this? The terrorist will not attack immediately. Let's say a individual A. He has been recruited in India, taken through this route to Pakistan, underwent training, came back to India. After coming back, he continues his normal life with his parents, with his family members, with his wife, with his friends, even at his place of work. Because Indian Mujahideen recruited many educated youth, many professionals, from software engineers to doctors. Such well-educated people were also radicalized and recruited by the outfit. So they would come back and resume their normal life without raising any doubt, any suspicion. The terrorists inside them will sleep, will lie low for a while. So such groups, such cells are called sleeper cells, sleeper modules. They don't carry out attacks immediately. They will wait for instructions. They'll wait for orders. So whenever the ISI needs them to launch an attack, the ISI will activate them through the Bhatkal brothers. So the sleeper cell will get activated based on orders received from Pakistan. and only then they will plan and execute a terror attack. Is that clear? So understanding this is crucial because this is something India had never dealt with. Usually, terrorists from Lashkar, Jaish, Hizbul, they would infiltrate from LOC to India and immediately they would launch attacks. They wouldn't sit and wait. That's the usual pattern we had seen from 80s to 90s. But now, for the first time, we are dealing with a new kind of threat where normal people from the mainstream, educated youth, professionals, workers, they're getting indoctrinated, coming back, and we don't even know about them. And they're lying low, and they will get activated at a certain point when Pakistan wants attacks to happen, and then they will execute the attacks. So this became a nightmare for India. From 2004 to 2009, in fact, even up to 2010, even in 2011, Indian Mujahideen became a major threat to the country. It carried out several attacks in many cities, not just in major cities, but even in tier 2 cities, in smaller towns and cities as well. There were serial bombings in Surat, in Jaipur, right, in Bengaluru, in Bombay, that is, Mumbai. So many such cities were targeted. Multiple attacks were carried out by the Indian Mujahideen. So while the Bhatkal brothers were hiding in Pakistan, another Bhatkal called Yasin Bhatkal, he was leading the group as the commander in India. If the Bhatkal brothers were running the organization from Pakistan, Yasin Bhatkal, who was another Bhatkal resident, right, who was part of the group, he would be the commander of the organization, leading the operations in India. He became the most wanted terrorist in India at this point. Right, of course, India realized what Indian Mujahideen was doing. Initially, they had to claim the attack, but then the whole plot was unraveled by Indian intelligence agencies and state police forces. So in 2009, 2010, at that point, the IM was our biggest threat. It was one of the most major threats for India. But believe it or not, we wiped out this group in hardly 2 to 3 years. The IM was wiped out by India. It was completely neutralized. That's why you don't hear about Indian Mujahideen these days. It doesn't exist anymore. We have destroyed the group. How? Through covert operations, better policing, and better intelligence. See, initially, cracking the IM was a challenge because concerned states would be handling these different cases. As I told you, initially we didn't even know that there is a interstate organization operating across the country. So let's say there is an attack in Gujarat, an attack in Maharashtra. The concerned ATS or ATC, the anti-terrorist squad, anti-terrorist cells that exist in every state police, they would be dealing with those cases. They never saw the link, right? Gujarat police would be investigating the same group. Maharashtra police might be investigating, Karnataka police, Bihar police. They might all be investigating the same bunch of terrorists, but they never saw the connection. Why? Because coordination between police forces wasn't so effective. And we didn't have a national organization to investigate terror cases. So once India became aware of Indian Mujahideen, then a very planned operation was launched by IB and RAW in coordination with the state police forces. Intelligence Bureau, Research and Analysis Wing, and the concerned state police forces launched a joint operation. The goal was to target the local support, to break up the local network and the sleeper modules. This was done effectively with better intelligence gathering. Through human intelligence, technical intelligence, the sleeper cells were identified, the local support base that existed was identified, and they were neutralized. Do you guys remember the Batla House encounter? It was one such incident. Batla House in Delhi, where IM terrorists were hiding, was stormed by Delhi police based on reliable intelligence, which reportedly came from IB. So few IM terrorists were killed. A very popular police officer also was killed. Unfortunately, he was martyred, and few terrorists managed to escape. Right? The Batla House encounter became very controversial as well. So, like this, there were many encounters in the country where the IM terrorists were killed. So many were arrested. Some were killed. Some were arrested. Finally, India was seeing some success against Indian Mujahideen. But we wouldn't succeed entirely if we did not address the problem in Nepal and in West Asia. If we do not plug the gaps in Nepal and West Asia, we will never target or never wipe out Indian Mujahideen. We might be dealing with the local support, but cutting out that external support was crucial. So immediately, India focused on improving its ties with Nepal. In general, we have good ties with Nepal, and we built better security ties. There was better intelligence sharing and a better security partnership that was developed between India and Nepal. Indian and Nepali agencies, security forces, border guarding forces, they started cooperating. India's border guarding force, SSB, which protects the Nepal border, started keeping a vigilant eye. Indian intelligence agencies started working with the Nepali police and Nepali intelligence, sharing information to break up the base, the terror base that ISI had created in Nepal. This was critical to plug the infiltration and exfiltration of terrorists. Next, the then Manmohan Singh government opened a new chapter in India's ties with West Asian powers, particularly with Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Until then, UAE and Saudi were largely pro-Pakistan. They wouldn't really help India share information with India, and they wouldn't cooperate with us when it came to counter-terror operations. But following this reset in our foreign policy, right, India paid special attention to the region. Even those countries started looking at India as an important partner because Indian economy became an attractive market for Saudi and UAE. They realized that India is not just a buyer of oil, but it can be a big destination for their investments. They realized that India could contribute to their economy by providing labor, talented workforce, by driving investments from India to their countries as well. So closer relations started developing between India and these West Asian powers. And also don't forget, by this point, the Mumbai attacks had happened. The 26/11 Mumbai attacks had already taken place. Finally, the US was genuinely assisting India. The US had distanced itself from Pakistan, and it influenced Saudi and UAE, which are close allies of the US, to help India tackle terrorism emanating from Pakistan. So all these geopolitical developments were also taking place. Right? India US already had a close security partnership, but after Mumbai attacks, after American citizens were targeted, US started assisting India even more. The US declared Lashkar and other Pakistani groups as a major target. So US not only put pressure on Pakistan, but it started helping India. It even influenced Saudi and UAE to get closer to India. So this opportunity was leveraged by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, and he paid a historic visit to Riyadh. The Riyadh Declaration was signed eventually. So based on this foundation of close security strategic relations, India built close intelligence and security partnership with Saudi and UAE. For the first time, these West Asian powers started working with India. There would be intelligence sharing between the two sides and even joint operations. IB and RAW would collaborate with Saudi and the Emirati intelligence. We would share information with them to target some of the wanted terrorists who are hiding in these countries. The IM terrorists and even few Lashkar terrorists, they were conveniently hiding in these countries and they were targeted by India. With the help of Saudi and UAE intelligence, we not just picked up these guys, but they were extradited to India. Notorious terrorists like Yasin Bhatkal, Abdul Karim Tunda, and many others, they were all brought back from these countries. Abdul Karim Tunda, Abu Jundal, all these major terrorists, they were hiding in UAE and Saudi Arabia. They were picked up in joint intelligence operations in their countries. They were extradited secretly to India and they were arrested in India. Is that clear? Yasin Bhatkal was brought from Nepal. He was found in Nepal in a joint intelligence operation. Indian Nepali agencies picked him up, brought him to the border and arrested him, and he remains in custody. So with this, India completely decimated Indian Mujahideen. We broke up the entire network across the country. This is the success story of India against Indian Mujahideen. Is that clear? Most of the terrorists in India, in Nepal, in UAE and Saudi Arabia, they were neutralized. Many were killed, many were arrested, many are facing prosecution today. The founders, however, the Bhatkal brothers, they remain in Pakistan, and few other Indian Mujahideen terrorists, they fled to Afghanistan as well, and some are part of Islamic State and other terrorist groups today. So the IM doesn't exist anymore. Understood? So this is the extent to which Pakistan goes to breed terrorism against India. Now, the reason why I have explained this in detail is because you should understand what has happened in the past. Right? There could be an essay topic on terrorism. There could be a mains question or an interview question asking you what kind of support Pakistan has given for terrorist groups against India. How has India tackled the threat? So I hope this gives you more clarity on the issue. Then coming to Mumbai attacks, I think we have already discussed enough. We have already covered the Mumbai attacks earlier, but I would just like to give you an overview of the Mumbai attacks. The next major incident of urban terrorism seen by India. In the Mumbai attacks, it was Lashkar-e-Toiba, right, which infiltrated from the sea route and launched a Fidain style, commando style attack, targeting five-star hotels, major locations, right? They hit five-star hotels like the Taj, the Oberoi. They targeted the CST terminus. So major locations were hit, not just to target civilians, Indian civilians, but also to specifically target foreigners. This is something that was unique about the 26/11 attacks, right? So these 10 Lashkar terrorists who landed in Mumbai, they came through Arabian Sea, through the sea route. They had breached the defenses of India, the maritime coastal defenses. They landed successfully in Mumbai and went on a rampage across the city in a commando style attack, targeting five-star hotels, locations, hitting one after the other. Right? They targeted famous cafes like Leopold Cafe. They hit the Chabad House, a Jewish prayer center. So Israelis, Americans, Europeans were specifically singled out, along with killing Indian civilians. So several people were killed, many were injured, and this attack that went on for 3 days was designed to become a hostage crisis. It was designed and planned to turn this into a TV spectacle, to turn it like a reality show. Because they knew that if a city like Mumbai comes under such a sophisticated attack, and if multiple hostages are held at multiple locations, this crisis will get maximum attention, maximum publicity. Is that clear? So that was the whole strategy here. See, otherwise they could have just carried out a regular bomb attack, placed bombs and left, right? This was no ordinary attack. This was India's 9/11 moment. We compare this with the 9/11 attacks of the US. If that was the biggest attack on American soil, this was the biggest attack on Indian soil. So these Lashkar terrorists, they had been trained by the ISI, by Pakistani Army and Naval Special Forces. There was direct state involvement. Is that clear? So when India started investigating the attacks, we came across shocking evidence to link these terrorists with the state agencies. We completely unraveled the plot, pointing out the state involvement of Pakistani agencies. So the Mumbai attacks was indeed a turning point for India. This was a major security failure. It was an intelligence failure as well, because there were prior warnings. Several warnings were missed. There were weaknesses in our maritime defense, in our coastal defense. There were weaknesses in our counter-terrorist response. So all these issues had to be fixed following the Mumbai attacks. We will discuss this later. In the next part of my discussion, we will talk about this. We will discuss the new counter-terror architecture that has come up after the Mumbai attacks. The Mumbai attacks again happened for a particular reason. Otherwise, Pakistan would never have planned and authorized such a major attack. The reason was, inside Pakistan, there was a turmoil that was going on. Inside Pakistan, few terror groups had rebelled against the Pakistani state. Several terrorist organizations were unhappy with the Pakistani state because they saw that the Pakistani state was working with US, working with Western countries to kill other terrorists in Afghanistan. These terrorists saw the other terror groups as their brother organizations. For these terrorists, it's only their religious fundamentalism that matters, nothing else. They share a common hatred towards Western countries. They don't care about geopolitics. They care about their religious fundamentalism. So when they saw that Pakistani state was just using them, and Pakistan was working with US to help US target other terror groups, this led to divisions within the terror network, and some of the groups were rebelling against Pakistan. Pakistan was coming close to losing control over these organizations. In fact, one group captured an entire mosque, the Lal Masjid Mosque, creating a security crisis in Pakistan. So Pakistan desperately needed a cause to unite these groups against a common enemy. Is that clear? Pakistan desperately wanted an excuse to reunite these groups that were rebelling, bring them together by projecting a common enemy. This was one of the reasons, according to several experts, as to why the Mumbai attacks were planned. There was another immediate reason, another important reason. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had gotten very close to Pervez Musharraf through back channel talks that were going on. Since India-Pakistan relationship was stagnating in the public domain, publicly the two governments couldn't talk or negotiate because there was a lot of negativity and public pressure, especially in India. If the Prime Minister was seen talking to Pakistani leaders, there would be criticism from the media, public, and the opposition. You can't ignore such countries. That to your neighbors, doesn't matter what they're doing. You need to maintain contacts. You need to engage them. You need to negotiate. You need to make progress. So to facilitate this, many times in complex situations, leaders, they talk secretly to each other. They avoid the public glare, the media glare. Through back channel, they'll conduct diplomacy. There is a history behind it. US and Soviet Union have done it. Currently, the Modi government has done it with Imran Khan's government in Pakistan. Similarly, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh opened a secret back channel talk with President Pervez Musharraf. They both had appointed their secret envoys who would meet in third countries secretly to discuss some pressing issues, to achieve some progress in India-Pakistan relationship. From India, a former IFS officer, Satinder Lamba, was appointed as a special envoy. Satinder Lamba was a legendary IFS officer, very popular. He was a Pakistan expert in the foreign ministry. After his retirement, he had retired from service. He was brought back from his retirement by the Prime Minister. Recently, he passed away. Just a few months back, Satinder Lamba passed away. His loss is a big loss to the nation. So, Satinder Lamba was meeting the Pakistani envoy secretly in third countries to lead the back channel talks, which was known only to the leaders. It was kept a secret, not just from media and public, but also within the government. Many top cabinet ministers were not aware. Many top officials were not aware. Because that is how back channel diplomacy has to be conducted. It has to remain a secret. Only then you can make some progress, discuss genuine issues freely and openly, and finally achieve a deal. And according to reports, India and Pakistan came very close to a historic deal, maybe related to Siachen, maybe related to Sir Creek, or even with regard to trade, or maybe something related to Kashmir as well. We never know. According to many credible reports, India-Pakistan were on the brink of a breakthrough because Pervez Musharraf had become moderate in the second phase of his leadership. Even though he was very hostile initially, he was the one who planned Kargil, right, as army chief. But after 2005, he had become a very moderate leader and he was looking to actually build ties with India. So when Manmohan Singh reached out to him, he took up this initiative and India-Pakistan were actually making progress. So through back channel talks, we were getting closer to a historic deal according to many credible reports. If not Kashmir, see, Kashmir is a much more difficult issue to solve. At least Sir Creek issue could have been solved. Maybe trade would have improved, right? Or we could have discussed issues like terrorism. Something like that would have been brought out. But the deep state of Pakistan, it got a hint of what was happening. It got to know about the back channel talks. So immediately it had to disrupt this. As I've told you in yesterday's class, there is a pattern that we have seen in terrorist attacks. Every time there is progress in India-Pakistan relationship, that is when there is a major attack. Like Vajpayee and Nawaz Sharif were making progress. Parliament attacks happened, right? It coincided with US invasion of Afghanistan. Both factors played a role. Manmohan Singh and Pervez Musharraf were making progress with Pakistan's internal crisis, and the major attack happened, the Mumbai attack, the 26/11 attacks. In 2014, Modi and Nawaz Sharif were making progress, and we saw series of attacks against military sites, Gurdaspur, Pathankot, then Uri. So this is a repeat pattern that you should identify. This is not a coincidence. It's not happening by accident. This is planned. This is organized. Who is doing it? The deep state. They do not want good ties between India and Pakistan. Because if the two governments get closer, if the tensions go away, then what is the relevance of the army and the ISI? They will lose their relevance. They will lose their authority, right? Today, the army and ISI are extremely powerful because they have cornered all resources to themselves. And they justify this by saying that, see, you need the army ISI because India is a threat. India is a constant enemy. So Pakistani people don't question the army. You've never seen a major rebellion in Pakistan against the army or the ISI. Even if the country is suffering, it's going through a major crisis, there is no electricity, there is massive inflation, no employment, right? Despite that, there is no rebellion. If it was any other country, there would have been a rebellion, and be it a civilian government or a military leadership, they would have been thrown out by now. This has never happened in Pakistan because the deep state maintains that control. And how do they do it? They do it by constantly projecting external enemies, one of them being India. So they need to instigate and trigger India every now and then to justify their dominance, their control over power in Pakistan. They should keep triggering India. That's exactly what they have done. So whenever there is a slight improvement in the relationship, there will be these major attacks designed to disrupt that relationship. So following Mumbai attacks, this back channel talk had to be suspended. Of course, it couldn't be continued, right? There would be no public approval for that if the government went ahead and signed a deal after Mumbai attacks. It's impossible. So this negotiation process completely fell apart after Mumbai attacks. So that has been the impact of Pakistan sponsored terrorism. It has derailed our ties with Pakistan, created instability in the region, posed a significant threat to our integrity and sovereignty. Right? Now, as we discussed, after Mumbai attacks, Pakistan has come under a lot of international pressure. It is under international pressure to not target Indian cities and civilians, to not use groups like Lashkar and Jaish to target cities and civilians in the country. There is pressure from US and Europe, pressure from United Nations, pressure from FATF. Its own economy has collapsed in the last decade, right? So that is why Pakistan has shifted to a new strategy where it is focusing on defense installations. That's why in the last 8, 9 years, you only see attacks on military sites, not on cities, not on civilian population. This is not a coincidence. This also points towards the success of India. After Mumbai attacks, the Manmohan Singh government and then the Modi government, they have pursued aggressive, coercive diplomacy against Pakistan. India has been very aggressive in its diplomacy. We not only unraveled the 2611 plot, collected all the evidence tying Pakistan with the attack, and proved this in front of the world. We brought tremendous international pressure through friends like US, France, and UK, and even Russia, right? And through United Nations, FATF, we have brought tremendous international pressure on Pakistan. Along with that, there has been better security and intelligence setup on the Indian side. We have improved our security systems, our intelligence gathering. And according to many reports, we have been running series of covert operations since 2008. The Manmohan Singh government restarted some of the aggressive covert operations targeting Pakistan. So all these strategies have given results and it has put pressure on Pakistan. That is why you don't see a major attack in the last 15 years. It's not that Pakistan has changed its mind on its own. In the last 15 years, there is no major attack in India on a city or a civilian population, except for a few small incidents. All the major attacks are on military sites. This is the new strategy. And other than this, it's trying to revive the Khalistan movement. Right? That is what we had studied in previous classes. You are seeing this new strategy from 2014 onwards, where Pakistan has shifted from targeting cities and civilian population to hitting military sites and reviving Khalistan movement. Understood? So this is where I would like to stop and we can take a break. We'll come back in 15 minutes and then we will complete this chapter. We'll wrap it up today by discussing the last part of this module. So take a break for 15 minutes. It's 7:42. Let's come back by 8 a.m. It's okay. Let's come back at 8 and then we'll start with the last part. We'll discuss the counter-terror architecture, what India has done to counter terrorism, especially after 2611. We'll discuss the legal framework and the global efforts as well. And we'll also have a small discussion on major terror groups in the world. So this is the last part of my discussion. So let's pick it up from 8 a.m. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. First, let me take up all your questions, all your doubts, and then we'll start with the next part of the discussion. Abhijit is asking, Kashmir insurgency can be considered as right-wing extremism or left-wing extremism? See, Kashmir insurgency and terrorism clearly has a religious connection with radical religious fundamentalism. So obviously, it is right-wing extremism, not left-wing extremism. Sham is asking, what's the difference between Article 35A and Schedule 6? Because in both cases, freedom of movement is restricted. Then why do we take Article 35A as a restriction on freedom of movement and not Schedule 6, which is not seen as a big problem? See, this is what I was talking about. Special status that was given to Jammu and Kashmir was not just for J&K. There are a few northeastern states as well, which have some kind of special status in the constitution. Under the sixth schedule, which we have mentioned earlier, there are few tribal districts which have autonomy. Under Article 371, you have a series of articles 371A, 371B, it goes on. Several states have got few special provisions. This has been provided to protect tribal land and tribal culture and tribal rights. On similar lines, few special provisions were given to protect the land and culture of the people of Kashmir. It was part of Kashmir joining the Indian Union, J&K joining the Indian Union. If you ask me, why does the difference come up? Why do we look at it differently? It's largely because of the political issue that has been created. Article 370 has been made a much bigger political agenda, and it has been projected that J&K, in a way, is not seen as part of India because of Article 370. Whereas when almost similar provisions exist in Northeast India, the same sentiment doesn't exist with regard to that. Right? It's largely because of the politics surrounding the issue. Mona Lisa is asking, why doesn't Pakistan government take out or eradicate the deep state from within? See, the Pakistani government is not powerful enough. And more importantly, even Pakistani leaders are no good. The political parties, the civilian leaders who are there, right? Even they are no different. And also, please understand the civilian government, the political leaders, they have no authority, no power. They can never challenge the army or the ISI. The deep state is that powerful. Any leader who has challenged the deep state, either they have ended dead or they have been removed from power. See what happened with Benazir Bhutto. See what happened with Nawaz Sharif, Parvez Musharraf, Imran Khan. They're all removed from power. Cases are filed against them. They're jailed. They're exiled from the country. Or worst, they're assassinated. So this is what happens in Pakistan. So there's no way that the civilian leaders and the political leaders can, take on the deep state. Mega is asking, sir, can there be a question on analyzing the impact of Western sanctions and pressure on Pakistan and Russia? Yes, definitely. Not here, but in international relations. And again, on Pakistan, there are no sanctions as of now. If you're referring only to Western pressure, yes, but there are no sanctions on Pakistan. On Russia, yes, there are sanctions. But that is a topic for international relations. Surya is asking, sir, why is there a delay in hanging these terrorists when they are already sentenced to death? See, in India, we have recently delivered the death penalty and executed that as well for few terrorists. For example, Ajmal Kasab, the only terrorist in the Mumbai attacks who was caught alive. He was prosecuted, convicted, and very quickly he was executed as well. Right? Then one of the conspirators of the parliament attacks, he was recently hanged. So in the recent past, death punishment or capital punishment has been delivered to some of the convicted terrorists. But if you ask why there is a delay in executing the death penalty, it's because there is a debate around capital punishment itself. In general, India has followed a moratorium. In the last 20 years, we haven't carried out many executions. because there is an entire process, right? From the lower judiciary all the way till the Supreme Court. Then finally, the president who has the pardoning powers. So, in general, India has taken a moratorium on capital punishment, but when it comes to terrorism, recently we have hanged a few terrorists. Is that clear? If you ask why there is a delay, it's because of the process, the legal process that is there, and also the debate surrounding capital punishment. And just by delivering capital punishment, you can't solve these problems. Just because there's death penalty, you can't end crimes, you can't end rapes, murders, or even terrorism for that matter. Right? So that is a much bigger debate and a slightly different debate as well, whether there should be capital punishment or not. But to clarify, recently India has executed death penalty for few terrorists. Kishan is asking, should we regulate the porous border of Nepal? Because many infiltrations have happened through Nepal and it has bled India through 1,000 cuts. It has aided extremist activity. Should we also have to ensure better ties with Nepal as a buffer state? Yes, absolutely. See, with Nepal, we do have some challenges. There are some challenges in our bilateral relationship itself. There have been times where Nepal has not been very friendly to India. And the open border that we have, even though we can't end the open border system, because that is the very foundation of the relationship, which maintains the close cultural, economic ties between the two countries, we at least have to better manage the border. This is what we will study under border management. We'll come to it in the last part of our classes. We will discuss India-Nepal border. So I'll suggest what measures can be taken to improve border security without ending the open border system, without closing the border, without bringing harsh border controls. There are many measures we can take to improve border security and border management. But in the last 10 years, definitely border security has improved. The threat from Nepal, it existed mainly in 1990s and early 2000. But in last 10, 13 years, security has really improved. The threat from Nepali border has gone down. Is that clear? Vishal is asking why the government has not carried out an operation to kill Dawood Ibrahim or the other main terrorists directly. See, officially, we do not have a policy of assassinations. No government can have that. It is prohibited under international law. It is illegal under international law. You can't have an operation conducting such assassinations on foreign soil, right? But that said, countries do engage in targeted assassinations through covert methods, through secretive methods, which they never acknowledge. Countries like Israel, US, Russia, many others have done it. Iran, Saudi Arabia, they all have a practice of conducting covert assassinations in foreign countries. Yesterday, we discussed the same point, that recently similar allegations have come up against India, that India is assassinating terrorists in other countries on foreign soil. So that has already triggered a major controversy. But officially, we do not have such a policy. We do not carry out any such targeted killings. All right. So guys, these are the questions. Now let's start with the next topic, which is very important. This is the last part of this module. Let's look at the new counter-terror architecture that India has created after the Mumbai attacks. As I told you, the Mumbai attacks was a learning lesson for India. When the Mumbai attacks happened, it was a major security failure, intelligence failure. There were many gaps in our security which got exposed through the Mumbai attacks. So following this, a series of security reforms were introduced by the then Manmohan Singh government. So some new institutions have been created, some laws were amended, an entirely new architecture has been created for counterterrorism. So today, India has a much better counter-terror framework compared to before. So let's talk about these institutional changes, what new institutions were created. Let's also discuss the legal changes that have happened and study the legal framework in the country to counter terrorism. We'll start with the NIA, the National Investigation Agency. The NIA was established by passing the NIA Act in 2008-2009. Within few weeks of the Mumbai attacks, the Manmohan Singh government drafted the NIA bill and tabled it in the parliament. And very quickly, the parliament passed the bill. It became an act, leading to the establishment of the National Investigation Agency. I'm sure all of you would have heard about this agency. It's frequently in the news. So today, the NIA is the primary anti-terror agency in the country. It has the primary responsibility to investigate and prosecute all terror cases in India. Is that clear? Now, some of you might ask, why was NIA created? Didn't we have IB, RAW, even CBI? Why was a new agency created? What is the purpose? This is where you should understand the difference between an intelligence agency and a law enforcement investigating agency. Is that clear? See, in the world of security and policing, there are different roles, there are different specializations that exist. You have basic law and order work, maintaining law and order, dealing with local crimes, dealing with local riots, mobs, security situations, etc. So this is the task of your police, your state police, right? Your city level police, your local police stations. They have the primary responsibility to ensure law and order, maintaining public order. It's a responsibility of the state. It's a state subject. So this is also law enforcement, because the police, they are enforcing the law. They are upholding the public order, maintaining the law and order in the state. So this is law enforcement. Your police forces at the state level, they are enforcing the law, and hence they are a law enforcement agency. Similarly, at the national level, there can be central investigating law enforcement agencies, such as the NIA, the CBI, the Enforcement Directorate, Narcotics Control Bureau. These are some examples of central law enforcement investigating agencies. What do? They enforce the law. They have a legal backing. They are established through a law. They are accountable to the elected representatives. They are accountable to the public. Is that clear? They carry out investigation into cases and enforce certain laws. Like ED, for example, Enforcement Directorate. It enforces laws against money laundering, against violations of foreign exchange laws. The Narcotics Control Bureau enforces the laws against drugs and narcotics, the NDPS Act. Similarly, the NIA, established through the NIA Act, right? It is answerable to the parliament. It's a statutory organization, and it's basically a law enforcing investigating agency. It has the power to register a case, investigate the case, collect the evidence, and take the case for prosecution. That is the job done by your police forces as well at the state level, right? Apart from maintaining public order, they investigate. If there is a robbery, kidnapping, murder, rape, it's your police forces which investigate, collect the evidence, arrest the accused, take the case for prosecution. This is law enforcement. This is investigation. So this is one stream of security and policing. It is a separate domain. It's a separate specialization. On the other hand, we have intelligence. Intelligence is a completely different specialization. Intelligence agencies like IB, RAW, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, etc. These are purely intelligence organizations. Is that clear? In the case of India, The intelligence agencies, they have no legal backing, meaning they're not established by a law, which means they're not answerable to the parliament, they're not accountable to the parliament, they're not accountable to the public. They are only accountable to the government, because the government has set up these agencies through a government resolution, through a government notification. They're answerable only to the government of the day. And what do intelligence agencies do? They primarily collect intelligence. They collect classified information, secret information which is not available easily. They run covert operations, secret operations which are not acknowledged. That is the role of intelligence agencies. Now, please note down this point. Intelligence agencies, since they are not legal, right, and they don't have legal backing, they're not accountable to the parliament, they have no power to arrest. They have no power to file a case. They have no power to investigate. They have no power to prosecute a case. Is that clear? I hope you can understand the difference now. Your intelligence agencies, they can't file an FIR. They can't arrest any people. The accused can't be arrested by IB and RAW. They don't have the powers to arrest. Understood? They can't detain anyone. They can't collect evidence. They can't file a charge sheet and take the case to a court for prosecution. That is not their job. Their job is to collect classified intelligence to protect the security of the state. And usually they operate covertly. They operate secretly. Right? They will be operating in India and abroad as well. IB operates in India, RAW operates abroad. So those are your intelligence agencies. Your law enforcement investigating agencies, they are in the public domain. They are set up through a law. They have a legal backing. They're answerable not just to the government, they're answerable to the parliament. They're answerable to the public. They have the power to register an FIR. Under the concerned laws which have been violated by a criminal or by a terrorist, cases can be registered by only your law enforcement agencies, the concerned law enforcement agency. It could be your police force, the NIA, CBI, ED, etc., depending on the case, depending on the law which is violated. So once they file the case, once the FIR is registered, they can take up investigation, which means they can arrest the accused. They have the powers to arrest. They can collect evidence against the accused to prove their guilt. And once they finish their investigation, they file a charge sheet at the court. They collate all the evidence and they try to prove to the court that this guy is the accused. He is the person who has committed this crime. And they ask the court for punishment. This is what we call as prosecution. So those security agencies and forces which have these powers to file a case, investigate, collect evidence, file the charge sheet and take the case for prosecution in a court, those are your law enforcement investigating agencies. Is that clear? Can you see the difference now? So even though you have IB, RAW, which also deal with terrorism, they can't investigate terror cases. They can't arrest the terrorists. They can't collect the evidence in a terror case and take the terror case for prosecution. They don't have those powers. That is not their role. The role of IB and RAW with regard to terrorism is to engage in covert operations to target the terror networks, to collect intelligence on them, to identify the network, the leaders, to identify their sources of funding, to disrupt those sources of funding, and if required, to infiltrate those groups, generate intelligence, and if required, even target those groups secretly. That's why they are covert operations, secret operations, which are never acknowledged by the government. Only the government will know about it. Is that clear? So to investigate the terror case, we need a dedicated agency. And believe it or not, we didn't have a dedicated agency until 2009. So what was happening with terror cases before 2009? That is the logical question. Before NIA, that is prior to 2009, does that mean we weren't investigating terror cases? Obviously, no. We were investigating terror cases. But the problem was there was no dedicated national agency. This had become fragmented. Now, before 2009, let's say there is a terror attack in India. These cases should be taken up by the concerned state police. Every state will have its own ATS, anti-terrorist squad, or anti-terrorist cell. So the concerned state police was taking up the case. Basically, jurisdiction played a role. Depending on where the attack happened or where the terrorists were caught, right? Depending on the jurisdiction, the concerned local police would take up the case, and with the help of ATS of the state police, they would investigate the case. Now, the problem is, state police forces are known to be inefficient. They're not well trained. They don't have the resources. They don't have the manpower. When they can't deal with local crime effectively, how can you expect them to deal with transnational terrorist groups that are more sophisticated than your police forces? Right? They lack the weapons. They lack the training, the investigating skills. So this is the reason why our fight against terrorism had weakened. Right? In some special cases, the cases would be referred to the CBI. The CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, has also dealt with terror investigation. Now, this was another problem. Because the CBI, if you know the history of CBI, we will study this in the last chapter, it was primarily meant to be an anti-corruption agency, to tackle corruption within the central government. Now, how can you expect an anti-corruption agency to deal with terrorism? Both are completely different challenges. But since India did not have a national investigating agency, any high-profile case would be handed to CBI. First, it was dealing with only anti-corruption, but later, high-profile cases were transferred. High-profile crimes, some high-profile kidnappings, murders, rapes, if those cases were not handled effectively by the state police, right, the case would get transferred to the CBI. At the state level, the leaders would say whenever there is public pressure that police is not able to investigate the case, so we'll transfer it to CBI. As if CBI was an expert organization. It wasn't. Even though we say CBI is a premier organization, it has lacked the skills. It has lacked a dedicated focus on one type of investigation. Later, it was even given economic offenses. As economic crimes went up from 1990s, many scandals broke out. We had the Harshad Mehta scam, right? Several other scams in the stock market, the Abdul Karim Telgi scandal. So many such scams broke out in the financial domain, in the economic domain. Even these cases were given to CBI. Then some major terror incidents, even these terror cases were given to CBI. Like assassination of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi by LTTE. Few terror attacks in some parts of the country. Now, how can one agency deal with corruption? It's meant for corruption. How can it deal with economic crimes, high profile crimes, and also terrorism? To deal with terrorism, you need a degree of specialization. To deal with economic crimes, you need a level of specialization. Your training has to be different. Your recruitment has to be different. The resources needed are different. This was the biggest challenge we had in our fight against terrorism prior to NIA, prior to 2009. Even though we were the biggest victim of terrorism, we did not have a dedicated law enforcement agency at the national level to deal with terror cases. Cases would be taken up by state police, which was inefficient, right? As I told you, they lacked resources, manpower, training, skills, more importantly, motivation. How can state police deal with a group like Indian Mujahideen? Indian Mujahideen is not operating in one city or in one state. They operated across multiple states. They had a foreign presence. Groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba, they are more sophisticated than your police force. They have better training than your police force. They have better weapons than our police forces. How can you expect state police to be efficient? Right? CBI, even though some cases were given to it, even though it's been called a premier organization, it was meant for corruption cases. Right? Later, it was given other cases because we didn't have any other specialized agency. It was given economic cases as well, high profile crimes, and even terrorist cases as well. So this was the weakness in our counter-terror architecture. We did not have a dedicated national law enforcement agency for counter-terrorism. So finally, after the Mumbai attacks, the NIA has been established. This is a landmark reform, a major reform. You can expect a question on NIA. What is the role and mandate of NIA and how the establishment of NIA has changed India's counter-terror architecture? Now, let me tell you some of the powers of NIA. It is very, very important. Today, the NIA has primary jurisdiction. It has primary jurisdiction for all terror cases in the country. Any terrorist incident, it could be carried out by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists, it could be by Naxals, Khalistan outfits, or Northeast insurgents. Any terror attack in the country will come under the primary jurisdiction of the NIA. So does it mean state police can't have jurisdiction? Of course, state police can register a case. State police, they can register a case, they can conduct their investigation, but NIA can take over. The NIA can step in and take over the case entirely from any state police. That is the tremendous power that has been given to NIA. The NIA need not wait for permissions from the state, need not wait for any request to come from the state government. Is that clear? The NIA will automatically step in and it can take over the case as well if needed. Or it will work with the state police. The state can conduct its own investigation. NIA will also conduct a parallel investigation. So NIA has primary automatic jurisdiction on all terror cases in India. The NIA has been provided with all the required resources. From the required manpower, there is a dedicated manpower for NIA today, dedicated funds, and even technology. Because today terrorists are using mobile phones, the internet, right? They are using advanced technologies, modern forms of payments to conduct their financial transactions. Encrypted communication apps are being used by them. So an agency like NIA will need modern technology, modern forensics. So all those resources have been provided to the NIA. It's a well-equipped, well-trained agency today. Then special NIA courts are set up under the law. There are special NIA courts that have been set up across the country to fast track the prosecution of terror cases in India. Understood? See, NIA is headquartered in New Delhi, of course, and it has regional branches as well. In all prominent cities, it has a presence. So it has sufficient manpower, it has sufficient infrastructure, budget, resources, technology, etc. Then to speed up the prosecution, to deliver quick justice, to punish the terrorists as soon as possible, special NIA courts are provided through the NIA Act. The NIA Act not only provided for the establishment of the agency and gave it primary jurisdiction, national jurisdiction on terror cases, and provided the required resources, it has also created special NIA courts for fast tracking the terror cases. So this ensures swift justice, quick punishment to the terrorists. Now, this important act was amended in 2019. An amendment has been carried out in 2019 to the NIA Act. This amendment is also important for us, especially two changes that have happened is very important. Today, the NIA has foreign jurisdiction. Please write down these points. I'm telling you, there can be a mains question on the NIA, on the role of NIA in countering terrorism. UPSC can ask you to analyze the NIA Act and the recent amendment. It can ask you to evaluate the changes in India's counter-terror architecture after the Mumbai attacks. So you have to develop this understanding. NIA not only has all India jurisdiction, it has foreign jurisdiction as well because of the amendment. Now, why NIA has been given foreign jurisdiction? How does this work? Let me explain this. See, sometimes there can be attacks in a foreign country, maybe carried out by a foreign terror group, but this could be connected to India. Or the terrorists might have attacked Indian interests. So India will be interested to investigate those attacks. Or foreign terror groups might have connections with Indian terror organizations. So we would like to investigate that angle. Now, this cannot happen without giving foreign jurisdiction to the agency. This is similar to the foreign jurisdiction enjoyed by the FBI of the United States. In the US, the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is responsible for homeland security, domestic security. It deals with not just high-profile crimes and cases, it also deals with terrorism. Understood? So when there are major attacks around the world, the FBI joins the investigation by claiming foreign jurisdiction. For example, when Mumbai attacks happened, Americans were also targeted, right? There were connections with US as well in the planning and execution of the attack. So the FBI was interested to investigate the Mumbai attacks with India. So since FBI has foreign jurisdiction, it approached the Indian government and requested India to give permission. Of course, they have to take permission, right? Even NIA, just because it has foreign jurisdiction, it simply can't go to another country and investigate. Nobody will allow that. It has to request the other country through the right diplomatic channels, get permission from the country, and then it can join the investigation. So in the Mumbai attacks, FBI joined Indian authorities in investigating the attack. On similar lines, NIA also has been given foreign jurisdiction. And the reason why this was done in 2019 is because there were two major incidents in Sri Lanka and Afghanistan. In 2018-2019, there were two major terror attacks that concerned India, that bothered India. In Sri Lanka, there was a massive terror attack called the Easter Sunday bombings. On the Easter Sunday of 2019, a terrorist group called National Tawheed Jamaat, NTJ, it's a Sri Lankan terror group, It carried out simultaneous explosions targeting churches. Several worshippers were killed, hundreds of people were killed. It was one of Sri Lanka's biggest terror attacks. This terrorist group, based out of Sri Lanka, claimed that this was an ISIS attack. It is influenced by ISIS ideology, Islamic State. It attributed the attack to Islamic State, and ISIS claimed the attack as well. Meaning NTJ is like a branch of ISIS in Sri Lanka. Now, how does this concern India? It concerns India because these NTJ terrorists, they were under Indian surveillance. India's RAW was monitoring them because they were coming to India before the attacks. The leaders of NTJ, the top terrorists, they had come to Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So when they were preparing for the attack, there was some kind of support they have got from India. Someone in India, some terrorists in India, in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, had contacts with NTJ. And RAW was keeping a watch on them. And we had shared this intelligence with our Sri Lankan friends. RAW had shared the information with Sri Lankan intelligence. But unfortunately, they failed to prevent the attack. So since NTJ had a contact in India, it is affiliated with Islamic State, this is a direct threat to India, direct concern to India. So we would like to investigate this attack. We would like to join Sri Lanka with its permission and be a part of this investigation. Another incident was in Afghanistan. A prominent Gurudwara in Kabul, a very important Gurudwara in Kabul, was targeted by ISIS-K, ISIS Khorasan. It's a branch of Islamic State in Afghanistan. Many Sikh pilgrims were killed. Sikhs are minorities in Afghanistan. So obviously this is of concern to India, right? India is worried about the welfare of the Sikh community, the safety and well-being of the Sikh community. We are concerned about religious persecution in countries like Afghanistan, where terrorists are targeting religious minorities. So India wanted to be a part of the investigation. We wanted to join the investigation. So driven by these attacks, the NIA Act was amended to give foreign jurisdiction to NIA. So today, if there is a major attack anywhere in the world, if it concerns India, we will approach the country asking permission whether NIA can join the investigation. And once permission is given, we can file a case in India and NIA will be a part of the investigation. So this is a new power which has been given. Then along with this, the NIA has been given an expanded jurisdiction. What does it mean? See, previously the NIA was enforcing two major laws, which is NIA Act, obviously, and UAPA. These are the two primary laws enforced by NIA, apart from the other laws. One is the NIA Act itself, which provided for the establishment of the agency. The other act that NIA enforces is UAPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is our primary anti-terror law. So NIA's jurisdiction was largely limited to these offenses. But sometimes terror cases could be connected with money laundering, or there could be a terror case involving nuclear material. There could be a terror case connected with drug trafficking and smuggling, right? Now, these cases are investigated by other agencies. The violation of these concerned acts, like Atomic Energy Act, violation of Atomic Energy Act, violation of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, violation of the NDPS Act, even with regard to cyber security, cyber attacks, cyber terrorism, which is under IT Act. If such incidents happen, right, where terrorism is connected with any of these other violations of other laws, the NIA can claim jurisdiction here as well. If there is a clear case of terrorism with a money laundering angle, usage of nuclear material, or with a connection to drugs, with a connection to cyber attacks and cyber terrorism, even such cases can be taken up by NIA. So NIA's jurisdiction has expanded through the amendment. Is that clear? It can investigate more cases. It can take up violation of other laws as well. And it has foreign jurisdiction. So these are some important points that you need to remember about the NIA. Got it? So this completes my discussion on the National Investigation Agency. Now let's talk about the National Counterterrorism Center and the National Intelligence Grid. We will complete these two and then we will talk about UAPA. Because after Mumbai attacks, we strengthened our anti-terror laws by amending the UAPA. The UAPA is an old law. It was amended again in 2008 to make it more effective against terrorism. So we will study that. We will come to it. We'll study the legal framework separately because there are other laws as well that apply for terrorism. So we will study this together. We'll talk about TADA, POTA, UAPA, National Security Act. So we'll have a discussion on the legal framework soon. But before that, let's complete the other institutions and new architectures that have been created to fight terrorism. One is NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center. This was a proposal made by the Manmohan Singh government. Then Home Minister P. Chidambaram came up with this proposal that India should have a NCTC, National Counterterrorism Center. This was modeled on the lines of the NCTC in the United States, which was created after the 9/11 attacks. After the 9/11 attacks in the US, there was a thorough investigation and an inquiry into the security lapses and failures that happened. The 9/11 Commission, which went into the security intelligence failure, pointed out several gaps in the counter-terror architecture of the US, and it suggested the establishment of NCTC, National Counterterrorist Center. Accordingly, NCTC has been established in the US. It is functioning in the US today. So based on the same model, a NCTC was proposed in India as well after the Mumbai attacks. But this idea has not been accepted. It has not been established. The NCTC has not been established in India because a major controversy broke out over its establishment. To understand this, you should understand what is this idea of NCTC. What does it do? See, in the US, when the 9/11 attacks happened, there were several pieces of intelligence available with different agencies that was not shared on time with the other stakeholders. Like, for example, the FBI had some information regarding the 9/11 attacks before the attacks happened. The CIA was sitting on crucial intelligence, which it did not share with others. If they had brought the information together, if they had communicated to each other, shared this information with each other, they might have seen the bigger picture and possibly they could have prevented the attack. Now, I'm not saying that this happened deliberately. That's not the point. This is how it works in governments. This is how it happens in the world of security and intelligence. Please understand that intelligence and security agencies are very secretive. They're very protective of their information. They don't easily reveal and share this with others, even within their own government. Like in India, RAW will not share everything with IB. IB will not share everything with RAW. Right? NIA will not share everything with RAW because there is a jurisdiction. There is a jurisdictional conflict between different agencies and departments. This is part and parcel of any government. All right? And also, please understand, intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies, They keep receiving thousands of inputs every day. They keep receiving a lot of intelligence. Sometimes you don't know on which information you should act, which piece of intelligence is more important. So many times, valuable intelligence can slip through the cracks. There are cracks, there will be cracks in any governance system. And sometimes valuable information can slip through. And only if you had a mechanism to bring that information together, you can see the bigger picture, you can see that attack being planned, and you can try to prevent it. Like the CIA, for example, let me give you that illustration as well. The 9/11 Commission report goes into it. All right, it specifies as to what were the specific failures that happened. The CIA, it knew about a secret meeting in Indonesia that had happened, where Al Qaeda terrorists had given a call, right? They discussed about using planes, hijacked planes, to target key buildings in the US. This meeting in Indonesia had been infiltrated by the CIA. The CIA picked up this intelligence. So somewhere CIA knew that Al Qaeda might plan to hijack planes and use them like missiles to fly into buildings. Even though it was flagged as an important piece of intelligence, the CIA didn't pay much attention to it later, and it didn't share it with FBI. Because if CIA shares it with FBI, that might compromise the CIA operations. The CIA source who gave the information might get revealed. So they can't risk their source, they can't risk their operations. So agencies are very guarded, very protective. So CIA, which knew about a possible Al Qaeda plan, right, to hijack planes and use it as a missile, was something that CIA was aware of. Now again, don't go into conspiracy theory. Don't think CIA allowed this to happen, US deliberately did this. Those are all conspiracy theories. There will be many such intelligence available with CIA, right? A group like Al Qaeda would have planned 20, 30 different types of attacks. They would have got information on 10, 15 different types of methods that they're planning to attack. You can't act on everything, right? You'll not have actionable information on every information. So CIA held on to it. It didn't share it with the FBI. The FBI was sitting on another important piece of intelligence. The FBI had detected suspected individuals who had entered the US recently and joined flying schools in the US. Is that clear? There were few suspected individuals coming from the suspicious region, Pakistan, Afghanistan, West Asia region. Recently, they had entered US, they had joined flying schools, they were learning how to fly planes. The FBI knew about this, it was tracking them. It was suspicious about them, so it was tracking their activities. And these were none other than the eventual hijackers. FBI didn't know that Al Qaeda might have a plot to hijack planes. CIA didn't know that Al Qaeda terrorists have already sneaked into the country and they have joined flying schools to learn how to fly planes. Now look at this. Only if CIA and FBI had shared this information with each other, right? If someone had seen the bigger picture, they could have seen the attack coming. They could have prevented the attack. Again, please be careful. I'm not saying this was deliberate by US or by CIA or FBI. This is how it works in the real world. This is how it happens. But we can be better. We can prevent this. How? Create a mechanism for sharing information. That is NCTC. NCTC is not another agency. It's not another intelligence agency or law enforcement agency. It is just a platform in the US where all intelligence agencies come together to share counterintelligence information. Without compromising their sources and operations, they share and pool all their intelligence together related to counterterrorism. Is that clear? That is NCTC in the US. So based on this model, something similar was suggested in India as well, because India had a similar experience during 26/11 attacks. When the Mumbai attacks happened, potentially it was preventable. How? Because see, out of all the attacks that happen, don't assume that these are the only attacks being planned. There would be many more which have been disrupted by our intelligence agencies and security agencies. You don't hear about it. Especially the ones which are stopped by intelligence agencies, you'll never hear about it because they're part of covert operations. Even though they succeed in stopping many attacks, there will be some attacks which slip through, like the Mumbai attacks. So, with regard to the 2611 attacks, RAW, IB, NTRO, they all knew a piece of information which they didn't share with each other properly that eventually led to the attack happening. RAW was warned by the CIA that there could be a seaborne attack against India. The US had given very specific intelligence that Lashkar-e-Toiba is planning an attack on Mumbai. Most likely they will take the sea route. They'll come through the Arabian Sea and they are looking to target hotels, five-star hotels. This was a specific piece of information the CIA had shared. But again, don't think CIA is a great friend of India. US is a great friend of India. No, they are not. Because they were concealing a lot of information. The Americans knew much more than this. Because one of their own agents was involved in the planning of the attack. That is how they knew about Mumbai attacks before it happened. This person was David Coleman Headley. Some of you might have heard about him. David Headley was an American citizen, born to a Pakistani father and an American mother. So he had citizenship of the United States. His father was a Pakistani diplomat, all right, and his mother was American. David Headley was heavily influenced from his childhood with anti-India propaganda. Because during the 1971 war, David Headley's school was bombed by Indian Air Force. His friends had been killed during the war. Since then, he held a grudge, hatred, resentment against India. Later, he went back to US. That's where he grew up. But he had become a drug addict. All right? He had become a drug addict. He always held resentment, hatred against India because of his childhood trauma. And he was someone who looked more American than a Pakistani. Physically, he looked American. No one will say that he's of Pakistani origin. This was a big advantage. So as he was consuming drugs, peddling drugs in the US, he was caught by the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Authority. They caught him and they gave him an offer. They realized that this guy could be an asset. Instead of simply arresting and punishing him, the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Authority in the US, decided to use him as an asset. Why? Because he looks American, he has an American passport, but he has connections in Pakistan. He has connections with Afghanistan, with Taliban, ISI, Al-Qaeda, because during his travels to Pakistan and Afghanistan, he had built these contacts. He was involved in drug smuggling, drug trafficking on behalf of drug cartels from the Afghanistan-Pakistan region. Meaning he could easily build connections with ISI, with Lashkar, with Al-Qaeda, Taliban, etc. So the DEA saw him as an asset and placed him as a human asset to infiltrate the drug cartels in the region. And later, the CIA took him over. By looking at his profile, right? A guy looking like American with an American passport, but with good access in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Great contacts with all the terror groups and ISI. The CIA would recruit him, turning him into a double agent. The role given to him by CIA was to infiltrate groups like Lashkar, develop contacts with ISI, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, to generate intelligence for the US. That was his role. He was supposed to be an American agent. But since he was already radicalized from the very beginning, he held a lot of hatred against India from childhood. He turned against the CIA itself. Without CIA's knowledge, he started getting involved in a terror plot being planned by Lashkar and ISI, which is nothing but the Mumbai attacks. The ISI saw the potential in David Headley. He not only had a strong motivation to target India, best part was he could easily escape detection. He wouldn't raise any suspicion if he entered India. Why? Because he looks American. He's white. Even if he lands in India, he will not be flagged by the immigration authorities, by IB or RAW. Nobody will flag him. Nobody will keep a watch on him because he looks American. He's an American citizen with an American passport, but secretly working for ISI and Lashkar. So it was David Headley who carried out the reconnaissance for 2611. He came to India as a businessman on his American passport, set up fake companies as well, built contacts in the Bombay, in the Mumbai circle, right? And started taking pictures. He visited all the five-star hotels. He mapped all the locations, right? He would use GPS markers to mark the location, and that is exactly the plan which was used by the terrorists. David Headley created the plan. He carried out the reconnaissance, right? He was the one who identified the Taj, the CST terminus, the Oberoi Hotel, the Chabad House, the place where the terrorists landed in their boat. All these planning was done by David Headley. So eventually the CIA got suspicious of his activities, right? They grilled him. They figured out that David Headley was part of an attack, that Lashkar and ISI are planning an attack on Mumbai on five-star hotels. The terrorists might come through the sea route. This is what the CIA knew, right? And they only gave partial information to India. They concealed David Headley from India because they didn't want any exposure. They didn't want any direct link to David Headley. Because tomorrow, if India and the world blames the US for not keeping a check on David Headley, then they will take the entire blame. So they concealed their source. They didn't reveal anything about David Headley. They didn't tell anything about him. If they had shared information about David Headley, India would have stopped the attacks because he had entered India multiple times. Right? Later, we picked up all that information through CCTV cameras, immigration records, through all his activities in India. All that evidence was collected later after the attacks. We got to know about David Headley 1 year after the attack. Until 2009, the US concealed David Headley from India. That is how the world of intelligence works. Countries don't share information, right? They only gave partial warning to India. As a friend, they told India that, see, there could be a seaborne attack by Lashkar. They're targeting Mumbai. They're targeting five-star hotels. So this was a valuable information with RAW, but it wasn't enough. We didn't know when the attack will happen, where exactly it will happen. So it was not actionable. So India maintained very high level of alert in September 2008. The warning had come in August, September. So for almost 40 to 50 days, Mumbai was on high alert. The Arabian Sea was on high alert. The Navy, Coast Guard, right? The Mumbai police, NSG, they were all put on extreme high alert because of this warning from the US. But it wasn't specific. If they had given us David Headley, right, we could have figured out what were the targets, when the attack would happen. We could have easily prevented the attack. But still, RAW had a valuable piece of information which it did not share with other agencies. Just Mumbai was put on high alert. That's it. We maintained the alert for a few days. After that, how long will you do that? Right? You can't always be on high alert. Then we downgraded it by October. And the actual attack happened in November. Now, IB, the intelligence bureau, was sitting on another piece of information. The IB had planted few SIM cards in the hands of few Kashmiri terrorist groups. This is a classic intelligence operation. To keep a check on terrorist groups, what we do is we introduce SIM cards into their hands. We deliberately give out SIM cards through secret methods. We will introduce SIM cards which will land in the hands of terror groups. They will not know that we have planted them. Because tomorrow, if they start using those SIM cards to make calls, our intelligence agencies will pick up the conversation. That's the whole idea behind it, right? We would have deliberately introduced few SIM cards, few thousand SIM cards into the market, and it will be nudged towards those groups. Let's say someone is procuring SIM cards for a terror group. We will hand over some 100,000 SIM cards to them. We know which numbers are those. At least 5 or 10 will land in the hands of the terrorists. They'll start using them. Immediately, we'll start tapping those numbers. So IB was running one such operation. Now, how is this connected to the attacks? The SIM cards used by the terrorists, right? They came to Mumbai, they held hostages, they kept calling their handlers. For 3 days, the attacks went on, and constantly they were in touch with their handlers in Karachi, right? Most of these numbers were given by India, given by IB. That is how we could intercept these calls from day one, right? If IB had given that information before, right, if RAW had shared some information before, potentially they could have seen the link preventing the attack. And the even more unfortunate thing is with NTRO, the National Technical Research Organization. On the 25th, 26th night of November, when the terrorists had already launched from Karachi, they were already headed towards Mumbai. They placed a satellite phone call from their boat in the Arabian Sea, when they were somewhere midway between India and Pakistan, right, on that disastrous night before they landed in Mumbai. Several hours before that, there was a satellite phone call picked up from the Arabian Sea, and NTRO intercepted this call, because NTRO has that ability for electronic interception. As part of routine surveillance, as part of routine interception, this suspicious satellite phone call from a boat in Arabian Sea was picked up by NTRO. But again, the message was not relayed to others. If NTRO had shared this with RAW possibly would have seen the bigger picture. They already had a warning that we may have a seaborne attack. A suspicious satellite call in Arabian Sea would have given us more warning, possibly preventing the attack. See, again, we are hypothesizing. We are not saying that this would have happened, but that is how you analyze. That is how you improve and make your infrastructure better, make your systems better. So there were many loopholes on the Indian side where agencies weren't sharing information, they weren't cooperating with each other, they wouldn't work with each other, right? So that is why NCTC was proposed in India. But however, the idea was shot down. There was a strong opposition because India made a change to the proposal. The Home Minister said, P. Chidambaram said, NCTC will not just be intelligence sharing platform like the US. In US, it is just an intelligence sharing platform. It doesn't step on anyone's jurisdiction. Now, just because NCTC is there in US doesn't mean FBI's jurisdiction is compromised. Doesn't mean CIA's jurisdiction is compromised. Without affecting any existing agency, NCTC has been created there just as a platform to share information. But the model suggested in India was different. What the Manmohan Singh government suggested was NCTC will be an executive agency. It will have investigating powers. Meaning another agency was being proposed which could arrest, conduct raids, conduct its own parallel operations. Now, this triggered a massive opposition at the central level and also at the state level, right? It would not just be an intelligence sharing platform. It's not that all agencies come and pool their information without affecting their own jurisdiction. It wasn't like that. If it was like that, it would have been accepted maybe. But since the government suggested that this will be an executive agency, a separate agency with its own executive powers, meaning it will not only pool information, but it could conduct raids, arrest people, and even conduct investigations if required. So this was strongly opposed by all the central agencies and all the state governments. Very strong opposition came from them. That is why the idea was dropped. Because if NCTC has its own executive powers, then what's the point of having NIA, IB, and RAW? Their jurisdiction gets affected. So at the central level, all these agencies strongly opposed NCTC. IB, RAW, and many other institutions, including NIA, they all opposed creation of NCTC. State governments were worried because the fear is, what if the ruling party misuses NCTC to target political opposition? Because NCTC will have no legal backing. It will not be set up through a law. It will not be set up through a parliamentary act. It will be set up through a government notification. It will be answerable only to the government, to the ruling party. What if the ruling party at the center misuses this NCTC to target political opponents at the state level? So all state governments, opposition-ruled states, they all opposed it very strongly. So because of this opposition, the idea was dropped. Is that clear? So there is no NCTC in India. It has not been set up. But however, a similar arrangement has been created. A similar arrangement to just share information and coordinate with regard to operations. This has been created. It's called the MAC, the Multi-Agency Center under IB. Under Intelligence Bureau, there is a platform which has been created for this purpose called MAC, Multi-Agency Center. Multiple intelligence agencies come and pool their information, and if required, they'll coordinate to conduct joint operations with regard to counterterrorism. So NCTC like structure has been created, but it's called MAC within the IB, only for sharing intelligence, and if required, for cooperation in joint operations. All right, no other powers for MAC. It's just a platform. It's just like a body where all these agencies come. There is military intelligence. There are many other agencies we have. They all come and pool their information regarding terrorism, and if required, they'll work together for joint operations. So that is what has been set up. There is no NCTC in India. Understood? Now coming to the last point here, the NAT grid, National Intelligence Grid. This is another major security reform introduced by the Manmohan Singh government. Is that clear? After Mumbai attacks, this was another major reform that was initiated. Now, NAT grid is not another security force. It's not an intelligence agency. It's not a law enforcement agency. It's not an institution. It is essentially a master database. It's an IT project, essentially. All right, it's not another IB, another ROR, another NIA. It's not that any of that. The NAT grid, which is functioning today, it's an established institution today. It is simply an IT project. It's a master database that pools all databases together. How is this relevant for counterterrorism? See, any terrorist or any hostile threat who's entering India, they will be leaving behind a trail of evidence when they are planning, executing their attacks, right? They might enter the country legally as well, like David Headley did. David Headley came to India legally with a valid visa. He came through the Indian airports, right? His visuals were captured. His passport details were captured. We stamped on his passport as well. We had enough records. The Bureau of Immigration, the Airports Authority of India, the respective airlines where he had booked the tickets, they all had a lot of information. Next, a terrorist might go purchase a mobile connection, a Wi-Fi connection maybe, correct? He might book a train ticket. He might book a hotel. He might get a credit card. He might start withdrawing cash from ATMs. So any individual who's a security threat will be performing a lot of activities, leaving behind a lot of evidence. Now, currently, all that data is in separate databases, right? Airport data is with Airports Authority of India. The immigration data is with immigration authorities, right? Airline data is with respective airlines. Railway data is with Indian Railways. Banking data is with the banks and the RBI. Stock market data is with SEBI, right? Telecom industry, internet industry, they have their separate databases. Hotel industry, again, it's largely unorganized. So how do you bring together all these databases? Because that will help in tracking a suspect, right? Tomorrow, if there is a suspect we want to track, if you want to keep a track of all the evidence they are leaving behind, you need a master database. That's exactly what is NAT grid. NAT grid is an IT project which has created this master database that pools all the existing important databases together. It helps select intelligence and law enforcement agencies to track suspects. Is that clear? Only few agencies have access to it. It's a very secure project because if it is misused, it can violate your fundamental rights. It could lead to mass surveillance. It could breach your basic fundamental rights, and it could violate your data privacy, your right to privacy. So to address that concern, only few agencies are given access, like NIA, CBI, IB, RAW, etc. And there is an internal process which is followed to ensure that the powers are not misused. That's what the government says. So today NatGrid is functioning. It's fully operational. It was set up in two phases. The main database is in Delhi, and there is a backup database in Bangalore. Understood? So that is where NatGrid is located. It's not a agency or a force or a separate law enforcement agency. It is simply an institution, an IT project where a master database has been created. So you can search for anyone, you can track them, you can monitor their activities and the evidence that they are leaving behind. The goal is to use this to target terrorists and any element, any anti-national element who poses a threat to the security of the nation. But of course, there are a lot of concerns and fears that this could be misused, because the government has given so many exemptions to security agencies and intelligence agencies that they might misuse these powers and you'll never get to know. They can't be held accountable. The data protection law, which was passed, exempts all these agencies. They have no obligation. In the name of national security, on the grounds of national security, all these intelligence and security agencies are exempted from data protection law. Even if there is a data breach, even if there is targeted and mass surveillance violating your fundamental rights, these agencies can't be held accountable. So there is always a fear that it could be misused for political purposes. Ruling parties might misuse the tremendous power to target their critics, their opponents, and the political opposition. Right? But the other argument is that we need such projects to enhance our national security, to deal with terrorism, to deal with intelligence operations of other countries which are targeting India. So this is NatGrid, the National Intelligence Grid. Got it? So these are some major changes that have been carried out after the Mumbai attacks. Now coming to the legal framework. What are the laws in India that deal with terrorism? Are they effective? Are there any concerns? That is something we have to discuss. So there are four major laws which have been invoked in India against terrorism. One is the National Security Act. The second is the TADA, the infamous TADA, the Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Prevention Act. The next is the equally controversial POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act. And finally, the UAPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, and the NSA. Okay, these are the four laws that we have used against terrorism in India. Now, all the four laws, they are equally problematic. There have been the same concerns, the same issues with all the four laws. Let's discuss this. First, I'll talk about TADA and POTA. Please pay attention. We'll discuss TADA and POTA briefly. I'll explain in what context it was introduced, what was its purpose, and what were the flaws. Because today, these two laws do not exist. TADA, POTA do not exist anymore. They've been removed. POTA was repealed. TADA was lapsed. It was allowed to lapse. So we need to understand why. If you understand this, then it is easy to talk about NSA and UAPA, which are currently in use. And both NSA and UAPA have raised the same concerns again. All right, so let's study this, because there can be a mains question. UPSC can ask you to analyze the legal framework we have in India to fight terrorism. Critically evaluate. So let's see why TADA was introduced. The Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Prevention Act was passed in 1987, primarily to deal with the Khalistan movement. Right? The Khalistan movement was posing a major security threat to India. Punjab had already been declared as a disturbed area, and AFSPA had been imposed in Punjab. Armed Forces Special Powers Act was in place. So AFSPA had already given special powers to the security forces conducting the counter-insurgency, counter-terrorist operations in Punjab. Along with that, the need was felt for a law that will help in law enforcement, in investigation and in prosecution. For this purpose, the then government, the Rajiv Gandhi government, enacted the TADA. The parliament enacted the TADA, and this law, as the name itself tells you, was designed to fight terrorism, specifically the Khalistan movement. So this law gave tremendous powers. It gave tremendous powers to the police. When it came to investigation, the period of detention, even with regard to the evidence needed for a conviction, the custody that they could have of the culprit, of the accused. In all these matters, the police got tremendous powers through TADA. Because remember, in 1980s, we didn't have any other agency at the national level investigating terror cases. It was the state police which was mainly investigating terror cases. So TADA gave these tremendous powers to fight terrorism. It gave very relaxed provisions. It provided for a lot of discretion. Lot of discretion was given to the police. And the definitions in the law were very broad. It gave very broad definitions. It was left open-ended, meaning the actual interpretation will be done by the authorities. The authorities who are implementing it, that is the police. So problem is, whenever you give discretion to police and security forces, the chances are very high that they are going to misuse it. They will give it a wide interpretation. This is a known thing. The moment you give more powers to police and security forces and give them the discretion to decide on its interpretation and implementation, they will give it a wide interpretation. So under TADA, the custodial period was increased. The period of detention, investigative powers, collecting evidence, all of this was provided, right? That gave a lot of discretion to the police forces. And many cases came up where these powers were blatantly misused by the authorities, by the police and security forces. For example, they would detain a suspect and they wouldn't release the suspect for a long time, right? They need not get repeated extensions from the magistrate. They could keep them in custody, not even report the arrest, and even commit custodial torture. Torture the suspect to such an extent to draw a confession from them. And the law allowed confessions to be accepted as evidence. See, confession can never be accepted as evidence in a court of law, right? Confession cannot be reliable. It can be easily extracted through threat, coercion, and torture. But here, under TADA, the practices were encouraged. So obviously, the police, which is under pressure to crack a terror case, what will they do? They will arrest some random guy because they have no capability, no resources to find the actual terrorists. Instead of going behind the real terrorists, they'll round up some other suspects who are wanted for other petty crimes, right? They'll arrest them. They'll torture them to give a confession. They'll plant evidence as well. The rules here were so relaxed, so loosely designed, that there were many cases where evidence was planted by the police on innocent people, right? They would be jailed. There is no option of bail. Once you get arrested under these strict laws, bail becomes impossible. And as you spend time in custody, you will suffer more torture, more pressure to confess to the crime, right? Bail becomes impossible. The basic rights to be given to the accused are denied. And very strong allegations came up regarding custodial torture, custodial deaths, and human right violations under the law. This is the same law under which Sanjay Dutt was arrested following the Bombay blast, because part of the weapons sent by Dawood Ibrahim which was part of the same consignment, had landed in the hands of Sanjay Dutt, right? Whether it was right or wrong, let's not judge that. The courts have already judged that. So I'm just giving you a reference. Sanjay Dutt was prosecuted under TADA for possessing weapons that was meant for a terrorist act. So that was the kind of wide discretion that the police enjoyed, and they misused this blatantly. Now, how do we know this? How can we say this so convincingly? It's because the conviction rates are extremely low under TADA cases. What does it mean? If conviction rate is low, it means that either your police is inefficient, they are useless, they haven't collected enough evidence to prove the guilt of the accused, right? It's their inefficiency. Or it means that the case was false to begin with. The police have lied. They knew he's not the suspect. Still, they arrested him. They tried planting evidence on him. Those are the only two conclusions when the conviction rate is very, very, very low. If 100 cases are filed, if 100 terrorists are arrested, only one would be prosecuted. Only one would be punished. Because these false cases will not stand in a court. They'll fall apart. The judiciary will belt the police and they'll throw the case out. But by that time, the lives of these accused will be ruined. They would have spent months and years in jail, right? They would have lost their personal life, their dignity. And if they are released as well after that, they can never come back to their normal life. So many such cases came up under TADA. It became so controversial that in 1995, it was allowed to lapse. The only good thing about TADA was that it had a sunset clause when it was enacted. I hope you know what's a sunset clause. Just like the sun sets, the law will also set. When a law is passed, sometimes the expiry date can be added. A sunset clause is basically an expiry date. That the law will expire on this day, on this year, in this year. Right? If it has to be extended, it has to be renewed. It has to be extended by the parliament. So because of all the controversy surrounding it, the human right violation allegations that came up, the broad misuse that happened, right? The media reports from NGOs and organizations clearly pointed towards the misuse of the law. The judiciary itself got critical of the law. So finally, the government allowed the law to lapse. It had a sunset clause, it had an expiry date. So instead of renewing it and extending it, the government decided in 95 that enough is enough, let's allow the law to lapse. So TADA was out of the law books. So TADA does not exist anymore. So right now, police can't book cases under TADA. It does not exist. Now, TADA was replaced with an even more controversial law, that is the POTA. Under the Vajpayee government in 2002, the Prevention of Terrorism Act was enacted. Because we didn't have a primary law against terrorism. But the problem here again was exactly the same. Exactly the same. Broad provisions, no clear definitions, lot of discretion to the police, right? Tremendous powers where they could arrest the accused easily, lot of leeway for them in collecting evidence, in filing the charge sheet, in custody and in detention, no bail. Once you're charged under POTA, again, bail becomes impossible, right? The police easily misuse this again to commit torture, custodial violence, forcing the accused to confess, give forced confessions, trying to hold them guilty. When cases came to court, they all fell apart. Extremely low conviction rate again. So either it shows the inefficiency of your police, they failed in their investigation, right? They couldn't get the evidence against the accused, or to begin with, the case was false. The accused was innocent to begin with. That is the major conclusion you can draw. So POTA was also equally disastrous, equally controversial. It was repealed in 2004 when the government changed. When the Manmohan Singh government came in, the law was repealed in 2004. So again, basically, we didn't have a law against terrorism. Only some existing provisions from IPC to Explosives Act, etc. Those laws were being used. All right. So then the old UAPA was refashioned it was amended multiple times to turn this into the anti-terror law of India. The Manmohan Singh government, after repealing POTA, amended the UAPA to make this the primary anti-terror law of the country. So today, this is the primary anti-terror law. This has been amended again and again. Amended in 2008 after the Mumbai attacks. The law was further strengthened. Amended in 2012 to meet some FATF obligations regarding terror financing, and amended recently in 2019. So what is this law? Let's quickly discuss. The UAPA was passed in 1967. It's a very old, outdated law. It was brought out to deal with so-called unlawful activities. It was brought out following the 1962 war and 1965 war. Because see, during the war with China and Pakistan in 62 and 65, there were some internal developments in the country which were threatening India's integration, national integration. Because when you're fighting an external enemy, you need the country to be united internally. Internally, there should not be any weakness when we are fighting a war. So back then in 1967, this law was brought out to deal with any kind of unlawful activity that will threaten the state internally. Anything that could threaten our integrity, our sovereignty, our friendly ties with other countries, right? The security of the nation, the integration of the nation. To deal with such unlawful activities, this law was brought in because we did have an experience where there were some internal problems when we were fighting China, internal problems when fighting with Pakistan. So to deal with this and promote national integration, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act was brought out. So basically, you can see that it never dealt with terrorism. In fact, modern day terrorism didn't even exist in 1967. The kind of terrorism we have faced in the last 30-40 years, that didn't even exist in 1967. So how can this law be effective? It didn't have the definition of terrorism. It already had a very broad definition of unlawful activities. What is unlawful? Right? The law never gave that definition. And there was no provision for terrorism here. This old law that was designed with a very different intent was taken by the Manmohan Singh government, given a different view. Through these amendments, it has been turned into the anti-terror law. It's only through amendments it has become the anti-terror law of India. So today, it has a definition of terrorism. It defines terrorism. It deals with terror attacks, provides strict punishment for those involved in terror attacks. It deals with those aiding these attacks as well, those who provide support. It also covers the membership of a terror group. Even if you're part of a terror radical organization, you can be charged and punished under the law. It also deals with terror financing. It has provided the FATF standards with regard to terror financing. The Financial Action Task Force deals with terror financing along with money laundering. So those international standards recommended by FATF to counter terror financing has been introduced here. That's what was done in 2012, right? So all such provisions are present, and today this is the primary anti-terror law that we have, which is enforced by the NIA and your state police. Is that clear? But this law as well has become extremely controversial. Again, I need not repeat myself. The controversy is exactly on the same grounds. because there is a fear that UAPA is being misused. Several journalists have been arrested, intellectuals, professors, students, activists, political leaders. They have all been arrested and charged with terror cases under UAPA. The problem here again is broad definitions, no specific provisions, lot of discretion to the authorities, tremendous powers to the authorities, no provision of bail. Once you're charged with UAPA, you cannot get bail. So this has again led to an allegation that the government is misusing the law to target its political opponents. Now, for example, take the recent case of the parliament security breach that happened. A few misguided youth, right? They broke parliament security, they disrupted the parliament proceeding, and indeed they posed a security threat, right? So those who have been detained, they've been charged under terror laws, under UAPA. The Delhi police believes that this was an act of terrorism. Of course, courts will decide on this, and police have every right to look at this as an act of terrorism. But again, it shows how easily the charges can be pressed. Now, just let's say, I'll give you one example. Let's say you are a student or you're a researcher. Okay. Now, you're a student of political science or security studies. So you're interested in Maoism, you're interested in jihadi ideology, radical Hindutva, extreme ideologies, be it left-wing, right-wing extremism. So you have a lot of books, you have a lot of literature in your hand that deals with radical ideologies. Is that clear? I might be having a book written by Karl Marx, a book written by Mao Zedong that identifies Maoist doctrine, right? Or I might have radical material, radical literature used by terror groups. Or I might be having material on Al Qaeda, Islamic State, right? So does that make me an extremist? I'm reading about it because I'm interested. I'm a student, I'm a teacher, I'm a researcher, I'm an expert. I want to know more about it. Now, believe it or not, you can be arrested and terror charges can be filed against you if required, just because you have this literature in your home, right? Let's say in your possession, maybe in your bag, in your house, in your office, at your place of work. Let's say you've kept these books, if the literature is there with you. Or forget hard books, hard copies, even if there is a soft copy on your laptop, on your mobile phone. This is enough to press terrorism charges against you under UAPA, right? So look at the possibility. This possibility should not even exist. But police have that. They have that discretion. If they determine that you are a threat, and if they see that you have some material like this, they can call you a terrorist. So this is where the problem exists with the law. The loose definitions, the extraordinary powers and discretion given to the police. So in the hands of the ruling party, this could easily get misused to target political opponents. Not just the central government, even the state governments. They will give it a wrong interpretation. They will exercise the maximum wide interpretation to target their critics and opponents. So even under UAPA, conviction rates are very low. So that is why there is a strong criticism against the law. It's high time to have a modern progressive law which is effective against terrorism. In many cases, we are letting the actual terrorists get away and we are running behind other individuals who are not terrorists. This is the travesty of justice, right? In a way, it weakens our fight against terrorism. The government says strict laws are needed, stringent laws are needed to fight terrorism. But these laws are not helping you fight terrorism. It's weakening our fight against terrorism. It's creating more resentment. The innocent accused who will be released after 8-10 years, after ruining their lives or after torturing them, right? Don't you think they'll hold resentment against the state? They could become victims of radicalization. They could become terrorists actually in the future. The actual terrorists are getting away. So that is why there is a strong criticism against these laws. The same problem lies with NSA, the National Security Act. It deals with so-called anti-national activities. It deals with so-called anti-national activities. Again, it's not clearly defined what is anti-national. So the police will give the interpretation. So tomorrow, let's say you write a news article criticizing the government for a mistake. The police will say that your activity was anti-national. They will arrest you, they'll file the charges, they'll keep you in jail, they'll keep pushing the case. It will be many, many years before you get released. Such incidents have happened. In Uttar Pradesh, you might remember a hospital tragedy that happened, right? Several babies, several people lost their lives due to maladministration in a hospital. One journalist from Kerala, he traveled to UP to report on this case. He wrote detailed articles exposing the maladministration. So guess where the journalist is right now? He is in jail, charged with anti-national activities under NSA. Once you're charged and arrested, there is no bail. So that is how stringent these laws are. Government says these laws are needed to fight terrorism. We need strict laws, more powers to the police to target terror groups. But in reality, in implementation, this is only helping in the misuse of these laws. Right? So there are many concerns that have been raised, not just by opposition leaders, also by the media and by experts as well. Legal experts, strategic experts who have dealt with these issues, they have pointed out repeatedly that we need to take a relook at our anti-terror laws. Is that clear? So I would like to conclude the discussion on this note. Let's end the class here for today. We have covered some very important and big topics. Tomorrow, we will discuss the global efforts of India, what India has done at the global level to counter terrorism, and we'll wrap up this module by discussing some global terrorist organizations. So once we finish this tomorrow, we'll start with Northeast insurgency. That's another major topic. So that is it for today. Let us see if you have any further doubts and questions. Abhishek is asking why intelligence agencies aren't provided with legal backing. That is something you should ask the government. Subsequent governments have never given legal backing to our intelligence agencies. This is only in India, because in other democracies, if you look at US, you look at UK, right? In all democratic nations, intelligence agencies are answerable. They are accountable to the parliament. In US, for example, the CIA is answerable to the Senate Intelligence Committee, to the Congressional Committee. The Senate and Congress members, they can call CIA and ask for answers. They can hold them accountable. In UK as well, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Intelligence in the British Parliament can exercise a degree of accountability and control over MI6 and MI5. But in India, IB and RAW, they are not answerable to anyone apart from the government, apart from the ruling party. Is that clear? Why? Because that is how Indian politics has been. Governments have never taken that initiative to provide that legal backing to introduce accountability to our intelligence agencies. So that is why there is a call for intelligence reforms. There are many problems in our intelligence agencies as well, in their recruitment, in their training, the way they operate, right? With regard to lack of transparency, lack of accountability, there are many serious concerns. They will not be addressed unless and until they have legal accountability. So governments don't want to be accountable. They know that intelligence agencies can be powerful for them to ensure their political dominance. So in India, no government, we're not blaming any party here. Every government has done the same. Be it party A, party B, or any coalition government, they've all taken the same stand that intelligence agencies need not be accountable to the parliament. Shreya is asking difference between lapse and repealed law. Lapse is you allow the law to expire. You don't renew it. You don't have to do anything. If the law already has an expiry date, if it has a sunset clause, if you don't do anything, if you don't extend it, it will automatically expire. So that is called lapsing. Repeal. For repealing, you have to bring a notification. You have to bring a resolution in the parliament saying that we are repealing this law, right? So you have to actively intervene to repeal a law. A resolution has to be tabled and approved. But for lapse, you don't have to do anything. If there is an expiry date, it will automatically expire. Shreyank is asking, even after declaring war on terrorism, why did they tolerate terror attacks and let it happen? See, no one allows terror attacks to happen. No government would do that. No responsible government would do that. Terror attacks happen, of course. As I told you, out of 10 attacks planned, 9 will be prevented, but one will slip through. Terrorists will get lucky once, and there could be failures on our side as well, right? Even intelligence agencies, security forces, they are humans at the end of the day. So that is why we have to have effective laws, effective processes, efficient institutions, because humans are fallible, but institutions can become infallible. So terror attacks are not allowed to happen. They happen because there are gaps in our security. And sometimes it is impossible as well to prevent every attack. Sham is asking, what is the way forward to mitigate the misuse of UAPA? Either we make the law more transparent, more accountable, carry out more amendments, or even better, repeal UAPA, bring a new law, bring a better law by consulting all the stakeholders. Kishan is asking how POTA was different from TADA. Not much of a difference. If you look at it broadly, POTA, TADA were not very different. Of course, the wording, the actual clauses, the provisions will be different. But if you look at it as an analysis, POTA, TADA were largely the same. They had the same kind of tendency to give more authority, more powers to police and curb the rights of the accused. All right. So guys, these are the questions. Let's end the session for today. I hope you guys have understood everything. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll wrap up this module and we'll be taking up Northeast insurgency. So till then, take care. Have a good day.